Who Rules the World? By Noam Chomsky. Audiobook by The Learner's Library. Chapter 8. The Week the World Stood Still. Chapter 9. The Oslo Accords, Their Context, Their Consequences. Chapter 10. The Eve of Destruction. Chapter 11. Israel-Palestine, The Real Options. Chapter 12. Nothing for Other People, Class War in the United States. Chapter 13. Whose Security? How Washington Protects Itself and the Corporate Sector. Chapter 14. Outrage. Chapter 15. How Many Minutes to Midnight? Chapter 16. Ceasefires in which violations never cease. 8. The Week the World Stood Still. The world stood still some 50 years ago during the last week of October, from the moment when it learned that the Soviet Union had placed nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba until the crisis was officially ended, though, unknown to the public, only officially. The image of the world standing still is the turn of phrase of Sheldon Stern, former historian at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library, who published the authoritative version of the tapes of the meetings of the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, ExComm, in which Kennedy and a close circle of advisors debated how to respond to the crisis. Those meetings were secretly recorded by the president, which might bear on the fact that his stand throughout the recorded sessions is relatively temperate compared to those of other participants, who were unaware that they were speaking to history. Stern has now published an accessible and accurate review of this critically important documentary record, finally declassified in the late 1990s. I will keep to that version here. Never before or since, he concludes, has the survival of human civilization been at stake in a few short weeks of dangerous deliberations, culminating in the week the world stood still. There was good reason for the global concern. A nuclear war was all too imminent, a war that might destroy the Northern Hemisphere, as President Dwight Eisenhower had warned. Kennedy's own judgment was that the probability of war might have been as high as 50%. Estimates became higher as the confrontation reached its peak and the secret doomsday plan to ensure the survival of the government was put into effect in Washington, as described by journalist Michael Dobbs in his well-researched bestseller on the crisis, though he doesn't explain why there would be much point in doing so, given the likely nature of nuclear war. Dobbs quotes Dino Brugioni, a key member of the CIA team monitoring the Soviet missile buildup, who saw no way out except war and complete destruction as the clock moved to 1 minute to midnight. The title of Dobbs's book. 5 Kennedy's close associate, the historian Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. described the events as the most dangerous moment in human history. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara wondered aloud whether he would live to see another Saturday night, and later recognized that we lucked out, barely. The most dangerous moment. A closer look at what took place adds grim overtones to these judgments, with reverberations to the present moment. There are several candidates for the most dangerous moment. One is October 27, 1962, when U.S. destroyers enforcing a quarantine around Cuba were dropping depth charges on Soviet submarines. According to Soviet accounts, reported by the National Security Archive, submarine commanders were rattled enough to talk about firing nuclear torpedoes, whose 15-kiloton explosive yields approximated the bomb that devastated Hiroshima in August 1945. In one case, a reported decision to assemble a nuclear torpedo for battle readiness was aborted at the last minute by Second Captain Vasily Arkhipov, who may have saved the world from nuclear disaster. There is little doubt what the U.S. reaction would have been had the torpedo been fired, or how the Russians would have responded as their country was going up in smoke. Kennedy had already declared the highest nuclear alert short of launch, DEFCON 2, which authorized NATO aircraft with Turkish pilots or others to take off, fly to Moscow, and drop a bomb, according to the well-informed Harvard University strategic analyst Graham Allison, writing in Foreign Affairs. Another candidate is October 26. That day has been selected as the most dangerous moment by B-52 pilot Major Don Clausen, who piloted one of those NATO aircraft and provides a hair-raising description of details of the Chrome Dome (CD) missions during the crisis. B-52s on airborne alert, with nuclear weapons on board and ready to use. October 26 was the day when the nation was closest to nuclear war, he writes in his Irreverent Anecdotes of an Air Force Pilot. On that day, Clausen himself was in a good position to set off a likely terminal cataclysm. He concludes, "We were damned lucky we didn't blow up the world, and no thanks to the political or military leadership of this country." The errors, confusions, near accidents, and miscomprehension of the leadership that Clausen reports are startling enough, but nothing like the operative command and control rules, or lack of them. As Clausen recounts his experiences during the 15 24-hour CD missions he flew, the maximum possible, the official commanders did not possess the capability to prevent a rogue crew or crew member from arming and releasing their thermonuclear weapons, or even from broadcasting a mission that would have sent off the entire airborne alert force without possibility of recall. Once the crew was airborne carrying thermonuclear weapons, he writes, it would have been possible to arm and drop them all with no further input from the ground. There was no inhibitor on any of the systems. About 1/3 of the total force was in the air, according to General David Burchinal, Director of Plans on the Air Staff at Air Force Headquarters. The Strategic Air Command, SAC, technically in charge, appears to have had little control. And according to Clausen's account, the Civilian National Command Authority was kept in the dark by SAC, which means that the XCOM deciders, pondering the fate of the world, knew even less. General Burchinal's oral history is no less hair-raising, and reveals even greater contempt for the civilian command. According to him, Russian capitulation was never in doubt. The CD operations were designed to make it crystal clear to the Russians that they were hardly even competing in the military confrontation, and could quickly have been destroyed. From the XCOM records, Sheldon Stern concludes that, on October 26, President Kennedy was leaning towards military action to eliminate the missiles in Cuba, to be followed by invasion. According to Pentagon plans, it was evident then that the act might have led to terminal war, a conclusion fortified by much later revelations that tactical nuclear weapons had been deployed and that Russian forces were far greater than U.S. intelligence had reported. As the XCOM meetings were drawing to a close at 6 p.m. on the 26th, a letter arrived from Soviet Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, sent directly to President Kennedy. His message seemed clear, Stern writes. The missiles would be removed if the U.S. promised not to invade Cuba. The next day, at 10 a.m., the president again turned on the secret tape recorder. He read aloud a wire service report that had just been handed to him. Premier Khrushchev told President Kennedy in a message today he would withdraw offensive weapons from Cuba if the United States withdrew its rockets from Turkey, Jupiter missiles with nuclear warheads. The report was soon authenticated. Though received by the committee as an unexpected bolt from the blue, it had actually been anticipated. We've known this might be coming for a week, Kennedy informed them. To refuse public acquiescence would be difficult, he realized. These were obsolete missiles, already slated for withdrawal, soon to be replaced by far more lethal and effectively invulnerable submarine-based Polaris missiles. Kennedy recognized that he would be in an insupportable position if this becomes Khrushchev's proposal, both because the Turkish missiles were useless and were being withdrawn anyway, and because to any man at the United Nations or any other rational man, it will look like a very fair trade. Who Rules the World? By Noam Chomsky. Audiobook by The Learner's Library. Chapter 8. The Week the World Stood Still. Chapter 9. The Oslo Accords, Their Context, Their Consequences. Chapter 10. The Eve of Destruction. Chapter 11. Israel-Palestine, The Real Options. Chapter 12. Nothing for Other People, Class War in the United States. Chapter 13. Whose Security? How Washington Protects Itself and the Corporate Sector. Chapter 14. Outrage. Chapter 15. How Many Minutes to Midnight? Chapter 16. Ceasefires in which violations never cease. Keeping U.S. power unrestrained. The planners therefore faced a serious dilemma. They had in hand two somewhat different proposals from Khrushchev to end the threat of catastrophic war, and each would seem to any rational man to be a fair trade. How then to react? One possibility would have been to breathe a sigh of relief that civilization could survive and to eagerly accept both offers, to announce that the United States would adhere to international law and remove any threat to invade Cuba, and to carry forward the withdrawal of the obsolete missiles in Turkey, proceeding as planned to upgrade the nuclear threat against the Soviet Union to a far greater one, only part, of course, of the global encirclement of Russia. But that was unthinkable. The basic reason why no such thought could be contemplated was spelled out by National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy, a former Harvard dean and reputedly the brightest star in the Camelot firmament. The world, he insisted, must come to understand that the current threat to peace is not in Turkey, it is in Cuba, where missiles were directed against the United States. A vastly more powerful U.S. missile force trained on the much weaker and more vulnerable Soviet enemy could not possibly be regarded as a threat to peace, because we are good, as a great many people in the Western Hemisphere and beyond could testify, among numerous others, the victims of the ongoing terrorist war that the United States was then waging against Cuba, or those swept up in the campaign of hatred in the Arab world that so puzzled Eisenhower, though not the National Security Council, which explained it clearly. In subsequent colloquy, the President stressed that we would be in a bad position if we chose to set off an international conflagration by rejecting proposals that would seem quite reasonable to survivors, if any cared. This pragmatic stance was about as far as moral considerations could reach. In a review of recently released documents on Kennedy-era terror, Harvard University Latin Americanist Jorge Dominguez observes, only once in these nearly 1,000 pages of documentation did a U.S. official raise something that resembled a faint moral objection to U.S. government-sponsored terrorism. A member of the National Security Council staff suggested that raids that are haphazard and kill innocents might mean a bad press in some friendly countries. The same attitudes prevailed throughout the internal discussions during the missile crisis, as when Robert Kennedy warned that a full-scale invasion of Cuba would kill an awful lot of people, and we're going to take an awful lot of heat on it. And they prevail to the present, with only the rarest of exceptions, as easily documented. We might have been in even a worse position if the world had known more about what the United States was doing at the time. Only recently was it learned that, 6 months earlier, the United States had secretly deployed missiles in Okinawa virtually identical to those the Russians would send to Cuba. Point 21. These were surely aimed at China at a moment of elevated regional tensions. To this day, Okinawa remains a major offensive U.S. military base over the bitter objections of its inhabitants. An indecent disrespect for the opinions of humankind. The deliberations that followed are revealing, but I will put them aside here. They did reach a conclusion. The United States pledged to withdraw the obsolete missiles from Turkey, but would not do so publicly or put the offer in writing. It was important that Khrushchev be seen to capitulate. An interesting justification was offered, and is accepted as reasonable by scholarship and commentary. As Michael Dobbs puts it, if it appeared that the United States was dismantling the missile bases unilaterally, under pressure from the Soviet Union, the NATO alliance might crack, or, to rephrase a little more accurately, if the United States replaced useless missiles with a far more lethal threat, as already planned, in a trade with Russia that any rational man would regard as very fair, then the NATO alliance might crack. To be sure, when Russia withdrew Cuba's only deterrent against an ongoing U.S. attack, with a severe threat to proceed to direct invasion still in the air, and quietly departed from the scene, the Cubans would be infuriated, as, in fact, they understandably were. But that is an unfair comparison for the standard reasons: we are human beings who matter, while they are merely one people, to adopt George Orwell's useful phrase. Kennedy also made an informal pledge not to invade Cuba, but with conditions, not just the withdrawal of the missiles, but also termination, or at least a great lessening, of any Russian military presence. Unlike Turkey, on Russia's borders, where nothing of the kind from our military could be contemplated. When Cuba was no longer an armed camp, then we probably wouldn't invade, in the president's words. He added that if it hoped to be free from the threat of U.S. invasion, Cuba must end its political subversion. Sheldon Stern's phrase, in Latin America. Political subversion had been a constant theme in U.S. rhetoric for years, invoked for example when Eisenhower overthrew the parliamentary government of Guatemala and plunged that tortured country into an abyss from which it has yet to emerge. This theme remained alive and well right through Ronald Reagan's vicious terror wars in Central America in the 1980s. Cuba's political subversion consisted of support for those resisting the murderous assaults of the United States and its client regimes, and sometimes even perhaps, horror of horrors, providing arms to the victims. Though these assumptions are so deeply embedded in prevailing doctrine as to be virtually invisible, they are occasionally articulated in the internal record. In the case of Cuba, the State Department policy planning staff explained that the primary danger we face in Castro is in the impact the very existence of his regime has upon the leftist movement in many Latin American countries. The simple fact is that Castro represents a successful defiance of the U.S., a negation of our whole hemispheric policy of almost a century and a half, since the Monroe Doctrine announced Washington's intention, then unrealizable, to dominate the Western Hemisphere. The right to dominate is a leading principle of U.S. foreign policy found almost everywhere, though typically concealed in defensive terms, during the Cold War years, routinely by invoking the Russian threat, even when Russians were nowhere in sight. An example of great contemporary import is revealed in Iran scholar Ervind Abrahamian's important book on the US-UK coup that overthrew the parliamentary regime of Iran in 1953. With scrupulous examination of internal records, he shows convincingly that standard accounts cannot be sustained. The primary causes were not Cold War concerns, nor Iranian irrationality that undermined Washington's benign intentions, nor even access to oil or profits, but rather the way the U.S. demand for overall control, with its broader implications for global dominance, was threatened by independent nationalism. That is what we discover over and over by investigating particular cases, including Cuba, not surprisingly, though the fanaticism in that particular case might merit examination. U.S. policy toward Cuba is harshly condemned throughout Latin America and indeed most of the world, but a decent respect for the opinions of mankind is understood to be meaningless rhetoric intoned mindlessly on the 4th of July. Ever since polls have been taken on the matter, a considerable majority of the U.S. population has favored normalization of relations with Cuba, but that too is insignificant. Dismissal of public opinion is, of course, quite normal. What is interesting in this case is dismissal of powerful sectors of U.S. economic power which also favor normalization, and are usually highly influential in setting policy, energy, agribusiness, pharmaceuticals, and others. That suggests that, in addition to the cultural factors revealed in the hysteria of the Camelot intellectuals, there is a powerful state interest involved in punishing Cubans, saving the world from the threat of nuclear destruction. The missile crisis officially ended on October 28. The outcome was not obscure. That evening, in a special CBS News broadcast, Charles Collingwood reported that the world had come out from under the most terrible threat of nuclear holocaust since World War II, with a humiliating defeat for Soviet policy. Dobbs comments that the Russians tried to pretend that the outcome was yet another triumph for Moscow's peace-loving foreign policy over warmongering imperialists, and that the supremely wise, always reasonable Soviet leadership had saved the world from the threat of nuclear destruction. Extricating the basic facts from the fashionable ridicule, Khrushchev's agreement to capitulate had indeed saved the world from the threat of nuclear destruction. The crisis, however, was not over. On November 8, the Pentagon announced that all known Soviet missile bases had been dismantled. On the same day, Stern reports, a sabotage team carried out an attack on a Cuban factory, though Kennedy's terror campaign, Operation Mongoose, had been formally curtailed at the peak of the crisis. The November 8 terror attack lends support to McGeorge Bundy's observation that the threat to peace was Cuba, not Turkey, where the Russians were not continuing a lethal assault, though it was certainly not what Bundy had in mind or could have understood. More details are added by the respected scholar Raymond Garthoff, who also had rich experience within the government, in his careful 1987 account of the missile crisis. On November 8, he writes, a Cuban covert action sabotage team dispatched from the United States successfully blew up a Cuban industrial facility, killing 400 workers, according to a Cuban government letter to the UN Secretary-General. Garthoff comments, the Soviets could only see the attack as an effort to backpedal on what was, for them, the key question remaining: American assurances not to attack Cuba, particularly since the terrorist attack was launched from the United States. These and other third-party actions reveal again, he concludes, that the risk and danger to both sides could have been extreme, and catastrophe not excluded. Garthoff also reviews the murderous and destructive operations of Kennedy's terrorist campaign, which we would certainly regard as more than ample justification for war if the United States or its allies or clients were its victims, not its perpetrators. From the same source we learn further that, on August 23, 1962, The President had issued National Security Action Memorandum, NSAM, number 181, a directive to engineer an internal revolt that would be followed by U.S. military intervention, involving significant U.S. military plans, maneuvers, and movement of forces and equipment that were surely known to Cuba and Russia. Also in August, terrorist attacks were intensified, including speedboat strafing attacks on a Cuban seaside hotel, where Soviet military technicians were known to congregate, killing a score of Russians and Cubans, attacks on British and Cuban cargo ships, the contamination of sugar shipments, and other atrocities and sabotage, mostly carried out by Cuban exile organizations permitted to operate freely in Florida. Shortly after came the most dangerous moment in human history, not exactly out of the blue. Kennedy officially renewed the terrorist operations after the crisis ebbed. 10 days before his assassination, he approved a CIA plan for destruction operations by U.S. proxy forces against a large oil refinery and storage facilities, a large electric plant, sugar refineries, railroad bridges, harbor facilities, and underwater demolition of docks and ships. A plot to assassinate Castro was apparently initiated on the day of the Kennedy assassination. The terrorist campaign was called off in 1965, but, reports Garthoff, one of Nixon's first acts in office in 1969 was to direct the CIA to intensify covert operations against Cuba. We can, at last, hear the voices of the victims in Canadian historian Keith Bollander's Voices from the Other Side, the first oral history of the terror campaign, one of many books unlikely to receive more than casual notice, if that, in the West because its contents are too revealing. In the Political Science Quarterly, the professional journal of the American Political Science Association, Montague Kern observes that the Cuban Missile Crisis is one of those full-bore crises, in which an ideological enemy, the Soviet Union, is universally perceived to have gone on the attack, leading to a rally-round-the-flag effect that greatly expands support for a president, increasing his policy options. Kern is right that it is universally perceived that way. Apart from those who have escaped sufficiently from their ideological shackles to pay some attention to the facts, Kern is, in fact, one of them. Another is Sheldon Stern, who recognizes what has long been known to such deviants. As he writes, we now know that Khrushchev's original explanation for shipping missiles to Cuba had been fundamentally true. The Soviet leader had never intended these weapons as a threat to the security of the United States, but rather considered their deployment a defensive move to protect his Cuban allies from American attacks and as a desperate effort to give the USSR the appearance of equality in the nuclear balance of power. Dobbs, too, recognizes that Castro and his Soviet patrons had real reasons to fear American attempts at regime change, including, as a last resort, a U.S. invasion of Cuba. Khrushchev was also sincere in his desire to defend the Cuban Revolution from the mighty neighbor to the north. Terrors of the Earth. The American attacks are often dismissed in U.S. commentary as silly pranks, CIA shenanigans that got out of hand. That is far from the truth. The best and the brightest had reacted to the failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion with near hysteria, including the president, who solemnly informed the country, the complacent, the self-indulgent, the soft societies are about to be swept away with the debris of history. Only the strong can possibly survive. And they could only survive, he evidently believed, by massive terror, though that addendum was kept secret, and is still not known to loyalists who perceive the ideological enemy as having gone on the attack, the near-universal perception, as Kern observes. After the Bay of Pigs defeat, historian Piero Glygesis writes, JFK launched a crushing embargo to punish the Cubans for defeating a U.S.-run invasion, and asked his brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, to lead the top-level interagency group that oversaw Operation Mongoose, a program of paramilitary operations, economic warfare, and sabotage he launched in late 1961 to visit the terrors of the earth on Fidel Castro and, more prosaically, to topple him. The phrase terrors of the earth is Arthur Schlesinger's, in his quasi-official biography of Robert Kennedy, who was assigned responsibility for conducting the terrorist war and who informed the CIA that the Cuban problem carries the top priority in the United States government. All else is secondary. No time, no effort, or manpower is to be spared in the effort to overthrow the Castro regime. The Mongoose operations were run by Edward Lansdale, who had ample experience in counterinsurgency, a standard term for terrorism that we direct. He provided a timetable leading to open revolt and overthrow of the communist regime in October 1962. The final definition of the program recognized that final success will require decisive U.S. military intervention, after terrorism and subversion had laid the basis for it. The implication was that U.S. military intervention would take place in October 1962, when the missile crisis erupted. The events just reviewed help explain why Cuba and Russia had good reason to take such threats seriously. Years later, Robert McNamara recognized that Cuba was justified in fearing an attack. If I were in Cuban or Soviet shoes, I would have thought so, too, he observed at a major conference on the missile crisis on its 40th anniversary. As for Russia's desperate effort to give the USSR the appearance of equality, to which Stern refers, recall that Kennedy's very narrow victory in the 1960 election relied heavily on a fabricated missile gap, concocted to terrify the country and to condemn the Eisenhower administration as soft on national security. There was indeed a missile gap, but strongly in favor of the United States. The first public, unequivocal administration statement on the true facts, according to strategic analyst Desmond Ball in his authoritative study of the Kennedy Missile Program, was in October 1961, when Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell Gilpatrick informed the Business Council that the U.S. would have a larger nuclear delivery system left after a surprise attack than the nuclear force which the Soviet Union could employ in its first strike. The Russians, of course, were well aware of their relative weakness and vulnerability. They were also aware of Kennedy's reaction when Khrushchev offered to sharply reduce offensive military capacity, and proceeded to do so unilaterally. The president failed to respond, undertaking instead a huge armaments program. Owning the world, then and now. The two most crucial questions about the missile crisis are, how did it begin? And how did it end? It began with Kennedy's terrorist attack against Cuba, with a threat of invasion in October 1962. It ended with the president's rejection of Russian offers that would seem fair to a rational person, but were unthinkable because they would have undermined the fundamental principle that the United States has the unilateral right to deploy nuclear missiles anywhere, aimed at China or Russia or anyone else, even on their borders, and the accompanying principle that Cuba had no right to have missiles for defense against what appeared to be an imminent U.S. invasion. To establish these principles firmly, it was entirely proper to face a high risk of a war of unimaginable destruction and to reject simple, and admittedly fair ways to end the threat. Garthoff observes that, in the United States, there was almost universal approbation for President Kennedy's handling of the crisis. Dobbs writes, the relentlessly upbeat tone was established by the court historian, Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., who wrote that Kennedy had dazzled the world through a combination of toughness and restraint, of will, nerve, and wisdom, so brilliantly controlled, so matchlessly calibrated. Rather more soberly, Stern partially agrees, noting that Kennedy repeatedly rejected the militant advice of his advisors and associates who called for military force, and the dismissal of peaceful options. The events of October 1962 are widely hailed as Kennedy's finest hour. Graham Allison joins many others in presenting them as a guide for how to defuse conflicts, manage great power relationships, and make sound decisions about foreign policy in general. In a very narrow sense, that judgment seems reasonable. The ExComm tapes reveal that the president stood apart from others, sometimes almost all others, in rejecting premature violence. There is, however, a further question. How should JFK's relative moderation in the management of the crisis be evaluated, against the background of the broader considerations just reviewed? But that question does not arise in a disciplined intellectual and moral culture, which accepts without question the basic principle that the United States effectively owns the world by right and is by definition a force for good despite occasional errors and misunderstandings. A principle in which it is plainly entirely proper for the United States to deploy massive offensive force all over the world, while it is an outrage for others, allies and clients apart, to make even the slightest gesture in that direction or even to think of deterring the threatened use of violence by the benign global hegemon. That doctrine is the primary official charge against Iran today. It might pose a deterrent to U.S. and Israeli force. This was a consideration during the missile crisis as well. In internal discussion, the Kennedy brothers expressed their fears that Cuban missiles might deter a U.S. invasion of Venezuela then under consideration. So, the Bay of Pigs was really right, JFK concluded. These principles still contribute to the constant risk of nuclear war. There has been no shortage of severe dangers since the missile crisis. 10 years later, during the 1973 Israeli-Arab War, National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger called a high-level nuclear alert, DEFCON 3, to warn the Russians to keep their hands off while he was secretly authorizing Israel to violate the ceasefire imposed by the United States and Russia. When Ronald Reagan came into office a few years later, the United States launched operations probing Russian defenses and simulating air and naval attacks, while placing Pershing missiles in Germany that had a 5 to 10-minute flight time to Russian targets, providing what the CIA called a super sudden first strike capability. Naturally, this caused great alarm in Russia, which unlike the United States has repeatedly been invaded and virtually destroyed. That led to a major war scare in 1983. There have also been hundreds of cases when human intervention aborted a first strike minutes before launch after automated systems gave false alarms. We don't have Russian records, but there's no doubt that their systems are far more accident-prone. Meanwhile, India and Pakistan have come close to nuclear war several times, and the sources of their conflict remain. Both have refused to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty, along with Israel, and have received U.S. support for development of their nuclear weapons programs. In 1962, war was avoided by Khrushchev's willingness to accept Kennedy's hegemonic demands. But we can hardly count on such sanity forever. It's a near miracle that nuclear war has so far been avoided. There is more reason than ever to attend to the warning of Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein, almost 60 years ago, that we must face a choice that is stark and dreadful and inescapable. Shall we put an end to the human race, or shall mankind renounce war? 9. The Oslo Accords, their context, their consequences. In September 1993, President Clinton presided over a handshake between Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat on the White House lawn, capping off a day of awe, as the press described it with reverence. The occasion was the announcement of the Declaration of Principles, DOP, for political settlement of the Israel-Palestine conflict, which resulted from secret meetings in Oslo sponsored by the Norwegian government. Independent negotiations had been underway between Israel and the Palestinians since November 1991, initiated by the United States during the glow of success after the First Iraq War, which established that, what we say goes, in the triumphant words of President George H. W. Bush. The negotiations opened with a brief conference in Madrid and continued under the guiding hand of the United States, and technically, the fading Soviet Union, to provide the illusion of international auspices. The Palestinian delegation, consisting of Palestinians within the occupied territories, henceforth the internal Palestinians, was led by the dedicated and incorruptible left nationalist Haidar Abdul Shafi, probably the most respected figure in Palestine. The external Palestinians, the PLO, based in Tunis and headed by Yasser Arafat, were excluded, though they had an unofficial observer, Faisal Husseini. The huge number of Palestinian refugees were totally excluded, with no regard for their rights, even those accorded them by the UN General Assembly. To appreciate the nature and significance of the Oslo Accords and the consequences that flowed from them, it is important to understand the background and the context in which the Madrid and Oslo negotiations took place. I will begin by reviewing highlights of the immediate background that set the context for the negotiations, then turn to the DOP and the consequences of the Oslo process, which extend to the present, and finally add a few words on lessons that should be learned. The PLO, Israel, and the United States had recently released formal positions on the basic issues that were the topic of the Madrid and Oslo negotiations. The PLO position was presented in a November 1988 declaration of the Palestinian National Council, carrying forward a long series of diplomatic initiatives that had been dismissed. It called for a Palestinian state to be established in the territories occupied by Israel since 1967 and requested the UN Security Council to formulate and guarantee arrangements for security and peace between all the states concerned in the region, including the Palestinian state alongside Israel. The PNC Declaration, which accepted the overwhelming international consensus on a diplomatic settlement, was virtually the same as the two-state resolution brought to the Security Council in January 1976 by the Arab confrontation states, Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. It was vetoed by the United States then, and again in 1980. For 40 years the United States has blocked the international consensus, and it still does, diplomatic pleasantries aside. By 1988, Washington's rejectionist stance was becoming difficult to sustain. By December, the outgoing Reagan administration had become an international laughingstock with its increasingly desperate efforts to pretend that, alone in the world, it could not hear the accommodating proposals of the PLO and the Arab states. Grudgingly, Washington decided to declare victory, claiming that at last the PLO had been compelled to utter Secretary of State George Shultz's magic words, and express its willingness to pursue diplomacy. As Shultz makes clear in his memoirs, the goal was to ensure maximum humiliation of the PLO while admitting that peace offers could no longer be denied. He informed President Reagan that Arafat was saying in one place, UNC, 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 and in another he was saying, CLE, 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 but nowhere will he yet bring himself to say, uncle, conceding total capitulation in the humble style expected of the lower orders. Low-level discussions with the PLO would therefore be allowed, but on the understanding that they would be meaningless. Specifically, it was stipulated that the PLO must abandon its request for an international conference, so that the United States would maintain control. In May 1989, Israel's Likud Labor Coalition government formally responded to Palestinian acceptance of a two-state settlement, declaring that there could be no additional Palestinian state between Jordan and Israel, Jordan already being a Palestinian state by Israeli dictate, whatever Jordanians and Palestinians might think, and that there will be no change in the status of Judea, Samaria and Gaza, the West Bank and Gaza, other than in accordance with the basic guidelines of the Israeli government. Furthermore, Israel would conduct no negotiations with the PLO, though it would permit free elections under Israeli military rule, with much of the Palestinian leadership in prison without charge or expelled from Palestine. In the plan proposed by Secretary of State James A. Baker, the new Bush administration endorsed this proposal without qualifications in December 1989. Those were the three formal positions on the eve of the Madrid negotiations, with Washington mediating as the honest broker. When Arafat went to Washington to take part in the Day of Awe in September 1993, the lead story in the New York Times celebrated the handshake as a dramatic image that will transform Mr. Arafat into a statesman and peacemaker who finally renounced violence under Washington's tutelage. At the extreme critical end of the mainstream, New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis wrote that until that moment Palestinians had always rejected compromise, but now at last they were willing to make peace possible. Of course, it was the United States and Israel that had rejected diplomacy and the PLO that had been offering compromise for years, but Lewis's reversal of the facts was quite normal and unchallenged in the mainstream. There were other crucial developments in the immediate pre-Madrid/pre-Oslo years. In December 1987, the Intifada erupted in Gaza and quickly spread throughout the occupied territories. This broad-based and remarkably restrained uprising was as much of a surprise to the PLO in Tunis as it was to the occupying Israeli forces with their extensive system of military and paramilitary forces, surveillance, and collaborators. The Intifada was not limited to opposing the occupation. It was also a social revolution within Palestinian society, breaking patterns of subordination of women, authority by notables, and other forms of hierarchy and domination. Though the timing of the Intifada was a surprise, the uprising itself was not, at least to those who paid any attention to Israel's US-backed operations within the territories. Something was bound to happen. There is only so much that people can endure. For the preceding 20 years, Palestinians under military occupation had been subjected to harsh repression, brutality, and cruel humiliation while watching what remained of their country disappear before their eyes as Israel conducted its programs of settlement, implemented huge infrastructure developments designed to integrate valuable parts of the territories within Israel, robbed them of resources, and put into place other measures to bar independent development, always with crucial U.S. military, economic, and diplomatic support, as well as ideological backing in shaping how the issues were framed. To take just one of the many cases that elicited no notice or concern in the West, shortly before the outbreak of the Intifada, a Palestinian girl, Intisar al-Adar, was shot and killed in a schoolyard in Gaza by a resident of a nearby Jewish settlement. He was one of the several thousand Israelis who settled in Gaza with substantial state subsidies, protected by a huge army presence as they took over much of the land and the scarce water of the Strip while living lavishly in 22 settlements in the midst of 1.4 million destitute Palestinians, as the crime is described by Israeli scholar Avi Raz. The murderer of the schoolgirl, Shimon Yifra, was arrested, but quickly released on bail when the court determined that the offense is not severe enough to warrant detention. The judge commented that Yifra only intended to shock the girl by firing his gun at her in a schoolyard, not to kill her, so this is not a case of a criminal person who has to be punished, deterred, and taught a lesson by imprisoning him. Yifra was given a 7-month suspended sentence while settlers in the courtroom broke out in song and dance. And the usual silence reigned. After all, it was routine. And so it was. As Yifra was freed, the Israeli press reported that an army patrol fired into the yard of a school in a West Bank refugee camp, wounding 5 children, likewise intending only to shock them. There were no charges, and the event again attracted no attention. It was just another episode in a program of illiteracy as punishment, as the Israeli press termed it, including the closing of schools, the use of gas bombs, the beating of students with rifle butts, and the barring of medical aid for victims. Beyond the schools, a reign of even more severe brutality that became yet more savage during the Intifada was enacted under the orders of Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin. After 2 years of violent and sadistic repression, Rabin informed Peace Now leaders that the inhabitants of the territories are subject to harsh military and economic pressure. In the end, they will be broken, and would accept Israel's terms, as they did when Arafat restored control through the Oslo process. The Madrid negotiations between Israel and internal Palestinians continued inconclusively from 1991. Primarily because Abdul Shafi insisted on an end to the expansion of Israeli settlements. The settlements were all illegal, as had repeatedly been determined by international authorities, including the UN Security Council, among other resolutions, in UNSC 446, passed 12-0, with the United States, the United Kingdom, and Norway abstaining. The illegality of the settlements was later affirmed by the International Court of Justice. It had also been recognized by Israel's highest legal authorities and government officials in late 1967, when the settlement projects were beginning. The criminal enterprise included the vast expansion and annexation of Greater Jerusalem, in explicit violation of repeated Security Council orders. Israel's position as the Madrid Conference opened was summarized accurately by Israeli journalist Danny Rubenstein, one of the best-informed analysts on the topic of the occupied territories. He wrote that, at Madrid, Israel and the United States would agree to some form of Palestinian autonomy, as required by the 1978 Camp David Accords, but it would be autonomy as in a POW camp, where the prisoners are autonomous to cook their meals without interference and to organize cultural events. Palestinians would be granted little more than what they already had, control over local services, and the Israeli settlement programs would continue. While the Madrid negotiations and the secret Oslo negotiations were underway, these programs expanded rapidly, under first Yitzhak Shamir and then Yitzhak Rabin, who became prime minister in 1992 and boasted that more housing in the territories is being built during his tenure than at any time since 1967. Rabin explained the guiding principle succinctly: what is important is what is within the boundaries, and it is less important where the boundaries are, as long as the State of Israel covers most of the territory of the land of Israel, Eretz Israel, the former Palestine, whose capital is Jerusalem. Israeli researchers reported that the aim of the Rabin government was to radically expand the Greater Jerusalem zone of influence, extending from Ramallah to Hebron to the border of Ma'ale Adumim, near Jericho, and to finish creating circles of contiguous Jewish settlements in the Greater Jerusalem Zone of Influence, so as to further surround the Palestinian communities, limit their development, and prevent any possibility that East Jerusalem could become a Palestinian capital. Furthermore, a vast network of roads has been under construction, forming the backbone of the settlement pattern. The programs were expanded rapidly after the Oslo Accords, including new settlements and the thickening of old ones, special inducements to attract new settlers, and highway projects to cantonize the territory. Excluding annexed East Jerusalem, building starts increased by over 40% from 1993 to 1995, according to a Peace Now study. Government funding for settlements in the territories increased by 70% in 1994, the year following the Accords. Davar, the journal of the governing Labour Party, reported that Rabin's administration was maintaining the priorities of the ultra-right Shamir government it replaced. While pretending to freeze settlements, Labour helped them financially even more than the Shamir government had ever done, enlarging settlements everywhere in the West Bank, even in the most provocative spots. This policy was carried forward in the following years, and is the basis for the current programs of the Netanyahu government. It is designed to leave Israel in control of some 40 to 50% of the West Bank, with the rest cantonized, imprisoned as Israel takes over the Jordan Valley, and separated from Gaza, in explicit violation of the Oslo Accords, thus ensuring that any potential Palestinian entity will have no access to the outside world. The Intifada was initiated and carried out by the internal Palestinians. The PLO, in Tunis, tried to exert some control over the events but with little success. The programs of the early 1990s, while negotiations were in process, deepened the alienation of the internal Palestinians from the PLO leadership abroad. Under these circumstances, it was not surprising that Arafat sought a way to re-establish PLO authority. The opportunity was offered by the secret negotiations between Arafat and Israel under Norwegian auspices that undercut the local leadership. As they were concluded in August 1993, the growing PLO estrangement was reviewed by Lamis Andoni, one of the few journalists who was keeping a close watch on what was happening among the Palestinians under occupation, and in refugee camps in neighboring countries. Andoni reported that the PLO is facing the worst crisis since its inception, as Palestinian groups, except for Fatah, and independents are distancing themselves from the PLO, and the shrinking clique around Yasser Arafat. She reported further that two top PLO executive committee members, Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish and Shafiq al-Hout, have resigned from the PLO executive committee, while Palestinian negotiators were offering their resignations, and even groups that remained inside were distancing themselves from Arafat. The leader of Fatah in Lebanon called on Arafat to resign, while opposition to him personally and to PLO corruption and autocracy were mounting in the territories. Along with the rapid disintegration of the mainstream group and Arafat's loss of support within his own movement, the speedy disintegration of the PLO's institutions and the steady erosion of the organization's constituency could render any breakthrough at the peace talks meaningless. At no point in the PLO's history has opposition to the leadership, and to Arafat himself, been as strong, Andoni observed, while for the first time there is a growing feeling that safeguarding Palestinian national rights no longer hinges on defending the PLO's role. Many believe that it is the leadership's policies that are destroying Palestinian institutions and jeopardizing Palestinian national rights. For such reasons, she observed, Arafat was pursuing the Jericho-Gaza option offered by the Oslo Agreement, which he hoped would assert the PLO's authority, especially amid signs that the Israeli government could go the extra 10 miles by talking directly to the PLO, thus salvaging for it the legitimacy it is losing internally. Israeli authorities were surely aware of the developments within Palestine, and presumably came to appreciate that it made good sense to deal with those who were destroying Palestinian institutions and jeopardizing Palestinian national rights, before the population sought to realize its national goals and rights in some other way. Reaction to the Oslo Accords among Palestinians within the territories was mixed. Some had high hopes. Others saw little to celebrate. The provisions of the agreement have alarmed even the most moderate Palestinians, who worry that the accord consolidates Israeli control in the territories, Lamis Andoni reported. Saeb Erekat, a senior Palestinian negotiator, commented that, apparently this agreement aims at reorganizing the Israeli occupation and not at a gradual termination. Even Faisal Husseini, who was close to Arafat, said that the accord is definitely not the beginning that our people were looking for. Haidar Abdul Shafi criticized the PLO leadership for accepting an agreement that permitted Israel to continue its settlement policies and land appropriation, as well as the annexation and Judaization of its expanded Jerusalem area and its economic hegemony over Palestinians, and refused to attend the celebration on the White House lawn. Particularly grating to many was what they saw as the shabby behavior of the PLO leadership, including a pattern of ignoring Palestinians, who have suffered through 27 years of Israeli occupation in favor of exiles coming from Tunis to take power, Youssef Ibrahim reported in the New York Times. He added that PLO representatives were pelted with stones by Palestinian youths as they rode into Jericho in Israeli army jeeps. Arafat's provisional list for his governing authority revealed that he is determined to stack it with loyalists and members of the Palestinian diaspora. Julian Ozan reported from Jerusalem in the Financial Times, including only 2 Palestinian insiders, Faisal Husseini and Zakaria Al-Agha, both Arafat loyalists. The rest came from Arafat's loyal political factions outside the territories. A look at the actual contents of the Oslo Accords reveals that such reactions were, if anything, overly optimistic. The Declaration of Principles was quite explicit about satisfying Israel's demands, but was silent on Palestinian national rights. It conformed to the conception articulated by Dennis Ross, President Clinton's main Middle East advisor and negotiator at Camp David in 2000 and later a key advisor for Obama as well. As Ross explained, Israel has needs, but Palestinians have only wants, obviously of lesser significance. Article 1 of the DOP states that the end result of the process is to be a permanent settlement based on Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. Those familiar with the diplomacy concerning the Israel-Palestine conflict should have had no difficulty understanding what this meant. Resolutions 242 and 338 say nothing at all about Palestinian rights, apart from a vague reference to a just settlement of the refugee problem. Later resolutions referring to Palestinian national rights were ignored in the DOP. If the culmination of the peace process is implemented along such lines, then Palestinians could kiss goodbye their hopes for some limited degree of national rights in the former Palestine. Further articles of the DOP spell all of this out more clearly. They stipulate that Palestinian Authority extends over West Bank and Gaza Strip territory, except for issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations, Jerusalem, settlements, military locations, and Israelis, that is, except for every issue of significance. Furthermore, subsequent to the Israeli withdrawal, Israel will continue to be responsible for external security, and for internal security and public order of settlements and Israelis. Israeli military forces and civilians may continue to use roads freely within the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area, the two areas from which Israel was pledged to withdraw, eventually. In short, there would be no meaningful changes. The DOP also did not have a word to say about the settlement programs at the heart of the conflict, which even before the vast expansion under the Oslo process were already undermining realistic prospects of achieving any meaningful Palestinian self-determination. In brief, only by succumbing to what is sometimes called intentional ignorance could one believe that the Oslo process was a path to peace. Nevertheless, this belief became virtual dogma among Western commentators and intellectuals. The Oslo Accords were followed by additional Israel-Arafat/PLO agreements. The first and most important of these was Oslo II, in 1995, shortly before Prime Minister Rabin was assassinated, a tragic event even if the illusions concocted about Rabin the peacemaker cannot sustain analysis. The Oslo II agreement is what one would expect to be crafted by intelligent law students assigned the task of constructing a document that would give U.S. and Israeli authorities the option of doing as they pleased while leaving room for speculation about more acceptable outcomes. When these outcomes remain unrealized, the blame can be laid on the extremists who have undermined the promise. To illustrate, the Oslo II agreement stipulated that settlers, illegally, in the occupied territories would remain under Israeli jurisdiction and legislation. In the official wording, the Israeli military government, in the territories, shall retain the necessary legislative, judicial and executive powers and responsibilities, in accordance with international law, which the United States and Israel have always interpreted as they chose, with tacit European acquiescence. Such latitude also granted these authorities effective veto power over Palestinian legislation. The agreement stated that any such legislation which amends or abrogates existing, Israeli-imposed, laws or military orders, shall have no effect and shall be void ab initio if it exceeds the jurisdiction of the Palestinian Council, which had no authority in most of the territories and authority elsewhere only conditional on Israeli approval, or is otherwise inconsistent with this or any other agreement. Furthermore, the Palestinian side shall respect the legal rights of Israelis, including corporations owned by Israelis, related to lands located in areas under the territorial jurisdiction of the Council, that is, in the limited areas in which the Palestinian authorities were to have jurisdiction subject to Israeli approval, specifically, their rights related to government and so-called absentee land, a complex legal construction that effectively transfers to Israeli jurisdiction the land of Palestinians absent from territories taken by Israel. The latter two categories constitute most of the region, though the government of Israel, which determines their boundaries unilaterally, provided no official figures. The Israeli press reported that unsettled state lands amounted to about half of the West Bank, and total state lands to about 70%. Oslo II thus rescinded the decision of virtually the entire world, and all relevant legal authorities, that Israel has no claim to the territories occupied in 1967 and that the settlements are illegitimate. The Palestinian side recognized their legality, along with unspecified other legal rights of Israelis throughout the territories, including Zones A and B, under conditional Palestinian control. Oslo II implanted more firmly the major accomplishment of Oslo I. All UN resolutions that have any bearing on Palestinian rights were abrogated, including those concerning the legality of settlements, the status of Jerusalem, and the right of return. That wiped out with a stroke virtually the entire record of Middle East diplomacy, apart from the version implemented in the unilateral US-run peace process. The basic facts were not just excised from history, at least in US commentary, but were officially removed as well. So matters have continued to the present. As noted, it is understandable that Arafat would leap at the opportunity to undercut the internal Palestinian leadership, and to try to reassert his waning power in the territories. But what exactly did the Norwegian negotiators think they were accomplishing? The only serious scholarly study of the matter, to my knowledge, is the work of Hilda Henriksen Waage, who had been commissioned by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to research the topic and was granted access to internal files, only to make the remarkable discovery that the documentary record for the crucial period is missing. Waage observes that the Oslo Accords were certainly a turning point in the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, while also establishing Oslo as the world's capital of peace. The Oslo process was expected to bring peace to the Middle East, Waage writes, but, for the Palestinians, it resulted in the parceling of the West Bank, the doubling of Israeli settlers, the construction of a crippling separation wall, a draconian closure regime, and an unprecedented separation between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Waage concludes plausibly that the Oslo process could serve as the perfect case study for flaws in the model of third-party mediation by a small state in highly asymmetrical conflicts, and that, as she puts it starkly, the Oslo process was conducted on Israel's premises, with Norway acting as Israel's helpful errand boy. The Norwegians, she writes, believed that through dialogue and a gradual building of trust, an irreversible peace dynamic would be created that could push the process forward to solution. The problem with this entire approach is that the issue is not one of trust, but of power. The facilitative process masks that reality. In the end, the results that can be achieved by a weak third-party facilitator are no more than the strong party will allow. The question to be asked is whether such a model can ever be appropriate. A good question, worth pondering, particularly as educated Western opinion now adopts the ludicrous assumption that meaningful Israel-Palestine negotiations can be seriously conducted under the auspices of the United States as an honest broker, in reality a partner of Israel for 40 years in blocking a diplomatic settlement that has near universal support. 10. The eve of destruction. To ask what the future is likely to bring, a reasonable stance might be to try to look at the human species from the outside. So imagine that you're an extraterrestrial observer who is trying to take a neutral stance and figure out what's happening here, or, for that matter, imagine you're a historian 100 years from now, assuming there are any historians 100 years from now, which is not obvious, and you're looking back at what's happening today. You'd see something quite remarkable. For the first time in the history of the human species, we have clearly developed the capacity to destroy ourselves. That's been true since 1945. It's now being finally recognized that there are more long-term processes like environmental destruction leading in the same direction, maybe not to total destruction, but at least to the destruction of the capacity for a decent existence. And there are other dangers, like pandemics, which have to do with globalization and interaction. So there are processes underway and institutions right in place, like nuclear weapons systems, which could lead to a serious blow to, or maybe the termination of, an organized existence. How to destroy a planet without really trying? The question is, what are people doing about it? None of this is a secret. It's all perfectly open. In fact, you have to make an effort not to see it. And there has been a range of reactions. There are those who are trying hard to do something about these threats, and others who are acting to escalate them. If you, this future historian or extraterrestrial observer, looked at who is in each group, you would see something strange indeed. Those trying to mitigate or overcome these threats are the least developed societies, the indigenous populations, or the remnants of them, tribal societies, and First Nations in Canada. They're not talking about nuclear war but environmental disaster, and they're really trying to do something about it. In fact, all over the world, Australia, India, South America, there are battles going on, sometimes wars. In India, it's a major war over direct environmental destruction, with tribal societies trying to resist resource extraction operations that are extremely harmful locally but also in their general consequences. In societies where indigenous populations have influence, many are taking a strong stand. The strongest stance of any country with regard to global warming is that of Bolivia, which has an indigenous majority and constitutional requirements that protect the rights of nature. Ecuador, which also has a large indigenous population, is the only oil exporter I know of whose government is seeking aid to help keep that oil in the ground instead of producing and exporting it, and the ground is where it ought to be. Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, who died recently, and who was the object of mockery, insult, and hatred throughout the Western world, attended a session of the UN General Assembly a few years ago where he elicited all sorts of ridicule for calling George W. Bush a devil. He also gave a speech there that was quite interesting. Venezuela is a major oil producer. Oil is practically their whole gross domestic product. In his speech, Chavez warned of the dangers of the overuse of fossil fuels and urged producer and consumer countries to get together and try to work out ways to reduce fossil fuel use. That was pretty amazing on the part of an oil producer. Chavez was part Indian, of indigenous background. Unlike the funny things he did, this aspect of his actions at the United Nations was never even reported. So, at one extreme you have indigenous, tribal societies trying to stem the race to disaster. At the other extreme, the richest, most powerful societies in world history, like the United States and Canada, are racing full speed ahead to destroy the environment as quickly as possible. Unlike Ecuador and indigenous societies throughout the world, they want to extract every drop of hydrocarbons from the ground with all possible speed. Both political parties, President Obama, the media, and the international press seem to be looking forward with great enthusiasm to what they call a century of energy independence for the United States. Energy independence is an almost meaningless concept, but put that aside. What they mean is, we'll have a century in which to maximize the use of fossil fuels and contribute to the destruction of the world. And that's pretty much the case everywhere. Admittedly, when it comes to alternative energy development, Europe's doing something. Meanwhile, the United States, the richest and most powerful country in world history, is the only nation among perhaps 100 relevant ones that doesn't have a national policy for restricting the use of fossil fuels, that doesn't even have renewable energy targets. It's not because the population doesn't want it. Americans are pretty close to the international norm in their concern about global warming. It's institutional structures that block change. Business interests don't want it, and they're overwhelmingly powerful in determining policy. So you get a big gap between opinion and policy on lots of issues, including this one. So that's what the future historian, if there is one, would see. He might also read today's scientific journals. Just about every one you open has a more dire prediction than the last. The other issue is nuclear war. It's been known for a long time that if there were to be a first strike by a major power, even with no retaliation, it would probably destroy civilization just because of the nuclear winter consequences that would follow. You can read about it in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. It's well understood. So the danger has always been a lot worse than we thought it was. We've recently passed the 50th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a very close call, and not the only time either. In some ways, however, the worst aspect of these grim events is that their lessons haven't been learned. 10 years after those events, in 1973, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger called a high-level nuclear alert. It was his way of warning the Russians not to interfere in the ongoing Israeli-Arab war and, in particular, not to interfere after he had informed the Israelis that they could violate a ceasefire the United States and Russia had just agreed upon. Fortunately, nothing happened. 10 years after that, President Ronald Reagan was in office. Soon after he entered the Oval Office, he and his advisors had the U.S. Air Force start penetrating Russian airspace to try to elicit information about Russian warning systems. This was called Operation Able Archer. Essentially, these were mock attacks. The Russians were uncertain how to respond, with some high-level officials fearing that this was a step toward a real first strike. Fortunately, they didn't react, though it was a close call. And it goes on like that. What to make of the Iranian and North Korean nuclear crises? The nuclear issue is regularly front-page news in the cases of Iran and North Korea. There are ways to deal with these ongoing crises. Maybe they wouldn't work, but at least they could be tried. They are, however, not being considered, not even reported. Take the case of Iran, which is considered in the West, not in the Arab world, not in Asia, the gravest threat to world peace. It's a Western obsession, and it's interesting to look into the reasons, but I'll put that aside here. Is there a way to deal with the supposed gravest threat to world peace? Actually, there are quite a few. One way, a pretty sensible one, was proposed at a meeting of the non-aligned countries in Tehran in 2013. In fact, they were just reiterating a proposal that's been around for decades, pressed particularly by Egypt, and has been approved by the UN General Assembly. The proposal is to move toward establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region. That wouldn't be the answer to everything, but it would be a pretty significant step forward. And there were ways to proceed. Under UN auspices, there was to be an international conference in Finland in December 2012 to try to implement such a plan. What happened? You won't read about it in the newspapers, because it was only reported in specialist journals. In early November, Iran agreed to attend the meeting. A couple of days later, Obama canceled the meeting, saying the time wasn't right. The European Parliament issued a statement calling for it to continue, as did the Arab states. Nothing resulted. In Northeast Asia, it's the same sort of thing. North Korea may be the craziest country in the world. It's certainly a good competitor for that title. But it does make sense to try to figure out what's in the minds of people when they're acting in crazy ways. Why would they behave the way they do? Just imagine ourselves in their position. Imagine what it meant in the Korean War years of the early 1950s for your country to be totally leveled, everything destroyed by a huge superpower, which furthermore was gloating about what it was doing. Imagine the imprint that would leave behind. Bear in mind that the North Korean leadership is likely to have read the public military journals of this superpower at that time, explaining that since everything in North Korea had been destroyed, the Air Force was then sent to destroy North Korea's dams, huge dams that controlled the nation's water supply. A war crime, by the way, for which people had been hanged in Nuremberg. And these official journals were talking excitedly about how wonderful it was to see the water pouring down, digging out the valleys, and the Asians scurrying around trying to survive. The journals exulted in what this meant to those Asians, horrors beyond our imagination. It meant the destruction of their rice crop, which in turn meant starvation and death. How magnificent! It's not in our memory bank, but it's in theirs. Let's turn to the present. There's an interesting recent history. In 1993, Israel and North Korea were moving toward an agreement in which North Korea would stop sending any missiles or military technology to the Middle East, and Israel would recognize that country. President Clinton intervened and blocked it. 6 Shortly after that, in retaliation, North Korea carried out a minor missile test. The United States and North Korea did then reach a framework agreement in 1994 that halted North Korean nuclear work, and was more or less honored by both sides. When George W. Bush came into office, North Korea had maybe one nuclear weapon and verifiably wasn't producing any more. Bush immediately launched his aggressive militarism, threatening North Korea, axis of evil, and all that, so that country got back to work on its nuclear program. By the time Bush left office, it had 8 to 10 nuclear weapons and a missile system. Another great neocon achievement. 7 In between, other things happened. In 2005, the United States and North Korea actually reached an agreement in which North Korea was to end all nuclear weapons and missile development. In return, the West, but mainly the United States, would provide a light water reactor for its medical needs and end aggressive statements. They would then form a non-aggression pact and move toward accommodation. The agreement was pretty promising, but almost immediately Bush undermined it. He withdrew the offer of the light water reactor and initiated programs to compel banks to stop handling any North Korean transactions, even perfectly legal ones. The North Koreans reacted by picking up their nuclear weapons program. And that's the way it's been going. The pattern is well known. You can read it in straight, mainstream American scholarship. What they say is, it's a pretty crazy regime, but it's also following a kind of tit-for-tat policy. You make a hostile gesture, and we'll respond with some crazy gesture of our own. You make an accommodating gesture, and we'll reciprocate in some way. Lately, for instance, there have been South Korean U.S. military exercises on the Korean peninsula which from North Korea's point of view have got to look threatening. We'd think they were threatening if they were going on, aimed at us, in Canada. In the course of these exercises, the most advanced bombers in history, stealth B-2s and B-52s, carried out simulated nuclear bombing attacks right on North Korea's borders. This surely set off alarm bells from the past. The North Koreans remember something from the past, so they're reacting in a very aggressive, extreme way. Well, what generally comes to the West from all this is how crazy and how awful the North Korean leaders are. Yes, they are, but that's hardly the whole story, and this is the way the world is going. It's not that there are no alternatives. The alternatives just aren't being taken. That's dangerous. So if you ask what the world is going to look like, it's not a pretty picture. Unless people do something about it. We always can. 11. Israel-Palestine, the real options. On July 13, 2013, former Shin Bet chief Yuval Diskin issued a dire warning to the government of Israel. Either it would reach some kind of two-state settlement or there would be a shift to a nearly inevitable outcome of the one remaining reality, a state, from the sea to the river. The near-inevitable outcome, one state for two nations, will pose an immediate existential threat of the erasure of the identity of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, which would soon have a Palestinian Arab majority. On similar grounds, in Britain's leading journal of international affairs, two prominent Middle East specialists, Clive Jones and Beverly Milton Edwards, write that, if Israel wishes to be both Jewish and democratic, it must embrace the two-state solution. It is easy to cite many other examples, but unnecessary, because it is assumed almost universally that there are two options for mandatory Palestine, either two states, Palestinian and Jewish democratic, or one state, from the sea to the river. Israeli commentators express concern about the demographic problem, too many Palestinians in a Jewish state. Many Palestinians and their advocates support the one-state solution, anticipating a civil rights, anti-apartheid struggle that will lead to secular democracy. Other analysts also consistently pose the options in similar terms. This analysis is almost universal, but crucially flawed. There is a third option. Namely, the option that Israel is pursuing with constant U.S. support, and this third option is the only realistic alternative to the two-state settlement. It makes sense, in my opinion, to contemplate a future binational secular democracy in the former Palestine, from the sea to the river. For what it's worth, that is what I have advocated for 70 years. But I stress advocated. Advocacy, as distinct from mere proposal, requires sketching a path from here to there. The forms of true advocacy have changed with shifting circumstances. Since the mid-1970s, when Palestinian national rights became a salient issue, the only plausible form of advocacy has been as a staged process beginning with a two-state settlement. No other path has been suggested that has even a remote chance of success. Proposing a binational, one-state, settlement without moving on to advocacy in effect provides support for the third option, the realistic one taking shape before our eyes. Israel is systematically extending plans that were sketched and initiated shortly after the 1967 war, and institutionalized more fully with the accession to power of Menachem Begin's Likud party a decade later. The first step was to create what Yonatan Mendel has called a disturbing new city, still named a Jerusalem, but extending far beyond historic Jerusalem, incorporating dozens of Palestinian villages and surrounding lands, and now designated as a Jewish city and the capital of Israel. All of this is in direct violation of explicit Security Council orders. A corridor to the east of this new Greater Jerusalem incorporates the town of Ma'ale Adumim, established in the 1970s but built primarily after the 1993 Oslo Accords, with lands reaching virtually to Jericho, thus effectively bisecting the West Bank. Corridors to the north incorporating the settler towns of Ariel and Kadumim further divide what is to remain under some degree of Palestinian control. Meanwhile, Israel is incorporating the territory on the Israeli side of the illegal separation wall, in reality an annexation wall, taking arable land and water resources and many villages, strangling the town of Qalqilia, and separating Palestinian villagers from their fields. In what Israel calls the seam between the wall and the border, close to 10% of the West Bank, anyone is permitted to enter, except Palestinians. Those who live in the region have to go through an intricate bureaucratic procedure to gain temporary entry. Exiting, for example, in order to receive medical care, is hampered in the same way. The result, predictably, has been severe disruption of Palestinian lives and, according to UN reports, a decrease of more than 80% in the number of farmers who routinely cultivate their lands, and a decline of 60% in the total yield of olive orchards, among other harmful effects. The pretext for the wall was security, but that means security for illegal Jewish settlers. About 85% of the wall runs through the occupied West Bank. Israel is also taking over the Jordan Valley, thus fully imprisoning the cantons that remain. Huge infrastructure projects link settlers to Israel's urban centers, ensuring that they will see no Palestinians. Following a traditional neo-colonial model, a modern center remains for Palestinian elites in Ramallah, while the remainder of the population mostly languishes. To complete the separation of Greater Jerusalem from remaining Palestinian cantons, Israel would have to take over the E1 region. So far that action has been barred by Washington, and Israel has been compelled to resort to subterfuges, like building a police station there. Obama is the first U.S. president to have imposed no limits on Israeli actions. It remains to be seen whether he will permit Israel to take over E1, perhaps with expressions of discontent and a diplomatic wink to make it clear that these are not seriously intended. There are regular expulsions of Palestinians. In the Jordan Valley alone, the population has been reduced from 300,000 in 1967 to 60,000 today, and similar processes are underway elsewhere. 7 Following policies that go back a century, each action is limited in scope so as not to arouse too much international attention, but they have a cumulative effect and intent that are quite clear. Furthermore, ever since the Oslo Accords declared that Gaza and the West Bank are an indivisible territorial unity, the U.S. Israeli duo have been committed to separating the two regions. One significant effect is to ensure that any limited Palestinian entity will have no access to the outside world. In the areas that Israel is taking over, the Palestinian population is small and scattered and is being reduced further by regular expulsions. The result will be a greater Israel with a substantial Jewish majority. Under this third option, there will be no demographic problem and no civil rights or anti-apartheid struggle. Nothing more than what already exists within Israel's recognized borders, where the mantra, Jewish and democratic, is regularly intoned for the benefit of those who choose to believe, oblivious to the inherent contradiction, which is far more than merely symbolic. Unless achieved in stages, the one-state option will prove to be an illusion. It has no international support, and there is no reason why Israel and its U.S. sponsor would accept it. The question, often raised, of whether the hawkish Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would accept a Palestinian state, is misleading. In fact, his administration was the first to countenance this possibility when it came into office in 1996, following those of Yitzhak Rabin and Shimon Peres, which rejected it. Netanyahu's Director of Communications and Policy Planning, David Bar-Ilan, explained that some areas would be left to Palestinians, and if they wanted to call them a state, Israel would not object, or they could call them a fried chicken. His response reflects the operative attitude of the U.S.-Israeli coalition to Palestinian rights. The United States and Israel call for negotiations without preconditions. Commentary in both countries and elsewhere in the West typically claims that the Palestinians are imposing such preconditions, and so hampering the peace process. In reality, it is the United States and Israel that insist upon crucial preconditions. The first is that negotiations must be mediated by the United States, whereas any authentic negotiations would, of course, have to be in the hands of some neutral state with a degree of international respect. The second precondition is that a legal settlement expansion must be allowed to continue, as has happened without a break during the 20 years following the Oslo Accords. In the early years of the occupation, the United States joined the world in regarding the settlements as illegal, as confirmed by the UN Security Council and the International Court of Justice. Since the Reagan years, their status has been downgraded to a barrier to peace. Obama has weakened the designation further, to not helpful to peace. Obama's extreme rejectionism did arouse some attention in February 2011, when he vetoed a Security Council resolution supporting official U.S. policy, which calls for the ending of settlement expansion. As long as these preconditions remain in force, diplomacy is likely to remain at a standstill. With brief and rare exceptions, that has been true since January 1976, when the United States vetoed a Security Council resolution, brought by Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, calling for a two-state settlement on the internationally recognized border, the Green Line, with guarantees for the security of all states within acknowledged and stable borders. That is essentially the international consensus that is by now universal, with the two usual exceptions. The consensus has been modified to include minor and mutual adjustments on the Green Line, to borrow official U.S. wording before it had broken with the rest of the world. The same is true of any negotiations that may take place in Washington or take place elsewhere overseen by Washington. Given these preconditions, little can be achieved other than letting Israel carry forward its project of taking over whatever it finds valuable in the West Bank and the Syrian Golan Heights, annexed in violation of Security Council orders, while maintaining the siege of Gaza. One can, of course, hope for better, but it is hard to be optimistic. Europe could play a role in advancing the world's aspirations for a peaceful diplomatic settlement, if it were willing to pursue an independent path. The European Union decision to exclude West Bank settlements from any future deals with Israel might be a step in this direction. U.S. policies are also not graven in stone, though they have deep strategic, economic, and cultural roots. In the absence of such changes, there is every reason to expect that the picture from the river to the sea will conform to the third option. Palestinian rights and aspirations will be shelved, temporarily at least. If the Israel-Palestine conflict is not resolved, a regional peace settlement is highly unlikely. That failure has far broader implications, in particular for what U.S. media call the gravest threat to world peace, Iran's nuclear programs. The implications become clearer when we look at the most obvious ways to deal with the alleged threat and their fate. It is useful, first, to consider a few preliminary questions. Who regards the threat as being of such cosmic significance? And what is the perceived threat? The Iran threat is overwhelmingly a Western obsession. The non-aligned countries, most of the world, have vigorously supported Iran's right, as a signer of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, to enrich uranium. In Western discourse, it is commonly claimed that the Arabs support the U.S. position regarding Iran, but the reference is to Arab dictators, not the general population. Also standard is reference to the standoff between the international community and Iran, to quote from the current scholarly literature. Here the phrase, international community, refers to the United States and whoever happens to go along with it, in this case, a small minority of the international community, but many more if political stands are weighted by power. What then is the perceived threat? An authoritative answer is given by U.S. intelligence and the Pentagon in their regular reviews of global security. They conclude that Iran is not a military threat. It has low military expenditures even by the standards of the region and limited capacity to deploy force. Its strategic doctrine is defensive, designed to resist attack. The intelligence community reports no evidence that Iran is developing nuclear weapons, but if it is, they conclude, that would be part of Iran's deterrent strategy. It is hard to think of a country in the world that needs a deterrent more than Iran. It has been tormented by the West without respite ever since its parliamentary regime was overthrown by a U.S.-British military coup in 1953, first under the harsh and brutal regime of the Shah, then under murderous attack by Saddam Hussein with Western support. It was largely U.S. intervention that induced Iran to capitulate in its war with Iraq, and shortly after, President George H.W. Bush invited Iraqi nuclear engineers to the United States for training in advanced weapons production, an extraordinary threat to Iran. 15. Iraq soon became an enemy of the United States, but meanwhile Iran was subjected to harsh sanctions, intensifying under U.S. initiative. It was also constantly subjected to the threat of military attack by the United States and Israel, in violation of the UN Charter, if anyone cares. It is, however, understandable that the United States and Israel would regard an Iranian deterrent as an intolerable threat. It would limit their ability to control the region, by violence if they choose, as they often have. That is the essence of the perceived Iranian threat. That the clerical regime is a threat to its own people is hardly in doubt, though regrettably it is hardly alone in that regard. But it goes well beyond naivete to believe that Iran's internal repression is much of a concern to the great powers. Whatever one thinks of the threat, are there ways to mitigate it? Quite a few, in fact. One of the most reasonable, as I have said elsewhere, would be to move toward establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region. Arab states and others call for immediate moves to eliminate weapons of mass destruction as a step toward regional security. The United States and Israel, in contrast, reverse the order, and demand regional security, meaning security for Israel, as a prerequisite to eliminating such weapons. In the not very remote background is the understanding that Israel, alone in the region, has an advanced nuclear weapons system and also refuses to join the NPT, along with India and Pakistan, both of whom similarly benefit from U.S. support for their nuclear arsenals. The connection of the Israel-Palestine conflict to the alleged Iranian threat is therefore clear. As long as the United States and Israel persist in their rejectionist stance, blocking the international consensus on a two-state settlement, there will be no regional security arrangements, hence no moves toward establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone and mitigating, perhaps even ending, what the United States and Israel claim to be the gravest threat to peace, at least to do so in the most obvious and far-reaching way. It should be noted that, along with Britain, the United States has a special responsibility to devote its efforts to establishing a Middle East nuclear weapons-free zone. When attempting to provide a thin legal cover for their invasion of Iraq in 2003, the two aggressors appealed to UN Security Council Resolution 687 of 1991. Claiming that Saddam Hussein had violated the demand to end his nuclear weapons programs. The resolution also has another paragraph, calling for steps towards the goal of establishing in the Middle East a zone free from weapons of mass destruction, obligating the United States and United Kingdom even more than others to take this initiative seriously. These comments naturally leave out many urgent topics, among them the horrifying descent of Syria into suicide and ominous developments in Egypt, which are sure to have a regional impact. Nonetheless, this is how some of the core issues appear, to me at least. 12. Nothing for other people, class war in the United States. Norman Ware's classic study of the industrial worker appeared 90 years ago, the first of its kind. It has lost none of its significance. The lessons Ware draws from his close investigation of the impact of the emerging Industrial Revolution on the lives of working people, and on society in general, are just as pertinent today as when he wrote, if not more so, in the light of the striking parallels between the 1920s and today. It is important to remember the condition of working people when Ware wrote. The powerful and influential American labor movement that arose during the 19th century was being subjected to brutal attack, culminating in Woodrow Wilson's Red Scare after World War I. By the 1920s, the movement had largely been decimated. A classic study by the eminent labor historian David Montgomery is entitled The Fall of the House of Labor. The fall occurred in the 1920s. By the end of the decade, he writes, corporate mastery of American life seemed secure. Rationalization of business could then proceed with indispensable government support, with government largely in the hands of the corporate sector. It was far from a peaceful process. American labor history is unusually violent. One scholarly study concludes that the United States had more deaths at the end of the 19th century due to labor violence, in absolute terms and in proportion to population size, than any other country except Tsarist Russia. The term, labor violence, is a polite way of referring to violence by state and private security forces targeting working people. That continued into the late 1930s. I can remember such scenes from my childhood. As a result, Montgomery wrote, modern America had been created over its workers' protests, even though every step in its formation had been influenced by the activities, organizations, and proposals that had sprung from working-class life, not to speak of the hands and brains of those who did the work. The labor movement revived during the Great Depression, significantly influencing legislation and striking fear into the hearts of industrialists. In their publications, the industrialists warned of the hazard facing them from labor action backed by the newly realized political power of the masses. Though violent repression did not end, it was no longer adequate to the task. It was necessary to devise more subtle means to ensure corporate rule, primarily a flood of sophisticated propaganda and scientific methods of strike-breaking, developed into a high art by the enterprises that specialize in the task. We should not forget Adam Smith's perspicuous observation that the masters of mankind, in his day, the merchants and manufacturers of England, never ceased to pursue their vile maxim, all for ourselves, and nothing for other people. The business counterattack was put on hold during World War II, but quickly revived afterward, with harsh legislation passed restricting workers' rights and an extraordinary propaganda campaign aimed at factories, schools, churches, and every other form of association. Every available means of communication was employed. By the 1980s, with the bitterly anti-labor Reagan administration, the attack was again underway in full force. President Reagan made it clear to the business world that the laws protecting labor rights, never very strong, would not be enforced. The illegal firing of union organizers skyrocketed, and the United States returned to the use of scabs, outlawed almost everywhere in developed countries except South Africa. The liberal Clinton administration undermined labor in different ways. One highly effective means was the creation of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, linking Canada, Mexico, and the United States. For propaganda purposes, NAFTA was labeled a free trade agreement. It was nothing of the sort. Like other such agreements, it had strong protectionist elements, and much of it was not about trade at all. It was an investors' rights agreement. And like other such free trade agreements, This one predictably proved harmful to working people in the participating countries. One effect was to undermine labor organizing. A study conducted under NAFTA auspices revealed that successful organizing declined sharply, thanks to such practices as management warnings that if an enterprise were unionized, it would be transferred to Mexico. Such practices are, of course, illegal, but that is irrelevant as long as business can count on the indispensable government support to which Montgomery referred. By such means, private sector unions were driven down to less than 7% of the workforce, despite the fact that most working people prefer unions. The attack then turned to public sector unions that had been somewhat protected by legislation. That unraveling is now fiercely underway, and not for the first time. We may recall that Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in 1968 while supporting a strike of public sector workers in Memphis, Tennessee. In many respects, the condition of working people when Ware wrote was similar to what we see today, as inequality has again reached the astonishing heights of the late 1920s. For a tiny minority, wealth has accumulated beyond the dreams of avarice. In the past decade, 95% of growth has gone into the pockets of 1% of the population, mostly a fraction of these. Median real income is below its level of 25 years ago. For males, median real income is below what it was in 1968. The labor share of output has fallen to its lowest level since World War II. This is not the result of the mysterious workings of the market or economic laws, but, again, largely of the indispensable support and initiative of a government that is significantly in corporate hands. The American Industrial Revolution, Ware observed, created one of the major notes of American life in the 1840s and 1850s. While its ultimate outcome may be pleasing enough in modern eyes, it was repugnant to an astonishingly large section of the earlier American community. Ware reviews the hideous working conditions imposed on formerly independent craftsmen and farmers, as well as the factory girls, young women from the farms working in the textile mills around Boston. But his primary focus is on more fundamental features of the revolution that persisted even as specific conditions were ameliorated in the course of dedicated struggles over many years. Ware emphasized the degradation suffered by the industrial worker, the loss of status and independence that had been their most treasured possession as free citizens of the Republic, a loss that could not be compensated for even by material improvement. He explores the devastating impact of the radical capitalist social revolution in which sovereignty in economic affairs passed from the community as a whole into the keeping of a special class of masters, a group alien to the producers and generally remote from production. He shows that, for every protest against machine industry, there can be found 100 against the new power of capitalist production and its discipline. Workers were striking not just for bread but for roses, to borrow the traditional labor slogan. They sought dignity and independence, recognition of their rights as free men and women. They created a lively and independent labor press, written and produced by those who toiled in the mills. In their journals they condemned the blasting influence of monarchical principles on democratic soil. They recognized that this assault on elementary human rights would not be overcome until they who work in the mills own them, and sovereignty returns to free producers. Then working people will no longer be menials or the humble subjects of a foreign despot, the absentee owners, slaves in the strictest sense of the word, who toil for their masters. Rather, they will regain their status as free American citizens. The capitalist revolution instituted a crucial change from price to wage. When the producer sold his product for a price, Ware writes, he retained his person. But when he came to sell his labor, he sold himself, and lost his dignity as a person as he became a slave, a wage slave, the term commonly used. Wage labor was considered similar to chattel slavery, though differing in that it was temporary, in theory. That understanding was so widespread that it became a slogan of the Republican Party, advocated by its leading figure, Abraham Lincoln. The concept that productive enterprises should be owned by the workforce was common coin in the mid-19th century, not just by Marx and the left but also by the most prominent classical liberal figure of the day, John Stuart Mill. Mill held that the form of association, however, which if mankind continue to improve, must be expected to predominate is the association of the laborers themselves on terms of equality, collectively owning the capital with which they carry on their operations, and working under managers electable and removable by themselves. The concept indeed has solid roots in insights that animated classical liberal thought. It is a short step to link it to control of other institutions and of communities within a framework of free association and federal organization, in the general style of a range of thought that includes, along with much of the anarchist tradition and left anti-Bolshevik Marxism, also G. D. H. Cole's Guild Socialism and much more recent theoretical work. 15 And still more significantly, it includes actions as workers in many walks of life seek to gain control over their lives and fate. To undermine these subversive doctrines, it was necessary for the masters of mankind to try to change the attitudes and beliefs that foster them. As Ware reports, labor activists warned of the new spirit of the age, gain wealth, forgetting all but self, the vile maxim of the masters, which they naturally sought to impose on their subjects as well, knowing that they would be able to gain very little of the available wealth. In sharp reaction to this demeaning spirit, the rising movements of working people and radical farmers, the most significant democratic popular movements in American history, were dedicated to solidarity and mutual aid. They were defeated, mostly by force. But the battle is far from over, despite setbacks, often violent repression, and massive efforts to instill the vile maxim in the public mind, with the resources of educational systems, the huge advertising industry, and other propaganda institutions dedicated to the task. There are serious barriers to overcome in the struggle for justice, freedom, and dignity, even beyond the bitter class war conducted ceaselessly by the highly class-conscious business world with the indispensable support of the governments they largely control. Ware discusses some of these insidious threats as they were understood by working people. He reports the thinking of skilled workers in New York 170 years ago, who repeated the common view that a daily wage is a form of slavery and warned perceptively that a day might come when wage slaves will so far forget what is due to manhood as to glory in a system forced on them by their necessity and in opposition to their feelings of independence and self-respect. They hoped that that day would be far distant. Today, signs of it are common, but demands for independence, self-respect, personal dignity, and control of one's own work and life, like Marx's old mole, continue to burrow not far from the surface, ready to reappear when awakened by circumstances and militant activism. 13. Whose security? How Washington protects itself and the corporate sector. The question of how foreign policy is determined is a crucial one in world affairs. In these comments, I can only provide a few hints as to how I think the subject can be productively explored, keeping to the United States for several reasons. First, the United States is unmatched in its global significance and impact. Second, it is an unusually open society, possibly uniquely so, which means we know more about it. Finally, it is plainly the most important case for Americans, who are able to influence policy choices in the United States, and indeed for others, insofar as their actions can influence such choices. The general principles, however, extend to the other major powers and well beyond. There is a received standard version, common to academic scholarship, government pronouncements, and public discourse. It holds that the prime commitment of governments is to ensure security, and that the primary concern of the United States and its allies from 1945 was the Russian threat. There are a number of ways to evaluate this doctrine. One obvious question to ask is, what happened when the Russian threat disappeared in 1989? The answer: everything continued much as before. The United States immediately invaded Panama, killing possibly thousands of people and installing a client regime. This was routine practice in U.S. dominated domains, but in this case not quite as routine. For the first time, a major foreign policy act was not justified by an alleged Russian threat. Instead, a series of fraudulent pretexts for the invasion were concocted that collapse instantly on examination. The media chimed in enthusiastically, lauding the magnificent achievement of defeating Panama, unconcerned that the pretexts were ludicrous, that the act itself was a radical violation of international law, and that it was bitterly condemned elsewhere, most harshly in Latin America. Also ignored was the U.S. veto of a unanimous Security Council resolution condemning crimes by U.S. troops during the invasion, with Britain alone abstaining. All routine. And all forgotten, which is also routine. From El Salvador to the Russian border. The administration of George H.W. Bush issued a new national security policy and defense budget in reaction to the collapse of the global enemy. It was pretty much the same as before, although with new pretexts. It was, it turned out, necessary to maintain a military establishment almost as great as the rest of the world combined, and far more advanced in technological sophistication, but not for defense against the disappearing Soviet Union. Rather, the excuse was the growing, technological sophistication of third world powers. Disciplined intellectuals understood that it would have been improper to collapse in ridicule, so they maintained a proper silence. The United States, the new policy insisted, must maintain its defense industrial base. The phrase is a euphemism, referring to high-tech industry generally, which relies heavily on extensive state intervention for research and development, often under Pentagon cover, in what many economists continue to call the U.S. free market economy. One of the most interesting provisions of the new plans had to do with the Middle East. There, it was declared, Washington must maintain intervention forces targeting a crucial region where the major problems could not have been laid at the Kremlin's door. Contrary to 50 years of deceit, it was quietly conceded that the main concern in this region was not the Russians, but rather what is called radical nationalism, meaning independent nationalism not under U.S. control. All of this has evident bearing on the received standard version, but it passed unnoticed, or, perhaps, therefore it passed unnoticed. Other important events took place immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall, ending the Cold War. One was in El Salvador, the leading recipient of U.S. military aid, apart from Israel and Egypt, a separate category, and with one of the worst human rights records anywhere. That is a familiar and very close correlation. The Salvadoran High Command ordered the Atlacatl Battalion to invade the Jesuit University and murder 6 leading Latin American intellectuals, all Jesuit priests, including the rector, Father Ignacio Ellacuria, and any witnesses, meaning their housekeeper and her daughter. The battalion had already left a bloody trail of thousands of the usual victims in the course of the U.S.-run state terror campaign in El Salvador, part of a broader terror and torture campaign throughout the region. All routine, ignored and virtually forgotten in the United States and by its allies, again routine. But it tells us a lot about the factors that drive policy, if we care to look at the real world. Another important event took place in Europe. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev agreed to allow the reunification of Germany and its membership in NATO, a hostile military alliance. In light of recent history, this was a most astonishing concession. There was a quid pro quo. President Bush and Secretary of State James Baker agreed that NATO would not expand 1 inch to the east, meaning into East Germany. Instantly, they expanded NATO to East Germany. Gorbachev was naturally outraged, but when he complained, he was instructed by Washington that this had only been a verbal promise, a gentleman's agreement, hence without force. If he was naive enough to accept the word of American leaders, it was his problem. All of this, too, was routine, as was the silent acceptance and approval of the expansion of NATO in the United States and the West generally. President Bill Clinton then expanded NATO right up to Russia's borders. Today, the world faces a serious crisis that is in no small measure a result of these policies. The appeal of plundering the poor. Another source of evidence is the declassified historical record. It contains revealing accounts of the actual motives of state policy. The story is rich and complex, but a few persistent themes play a dominant role. One was articulated clearly at a Western Hemispheric conference called by the United States in Mexico, in February 1945, where Washington imposed an economic charter of the Americas, designed to eliminate economic nationalism in all its forms. There was one unspoken exception: economic nationalism would be fine for the United States, whose economy relies heavily on massive state intervention. The elimination of economic nationalism for others stood in sharp conflict with the Latin American stand of that moment, which State Department officials described as the philosophy of the new nationalism, that embraces policies designed to bring about a broader distribution of wealth and to raise the standard of living of the masses. As U.S. policy analysts added, Latin Americans are convinced that the first beneficiaries of the development of a country's resources should be the people of that country. That, of course, will not do. Washington understands that the first beneficiaries should be U.S. investors, while Latin America fulfills its service function. It should not, as both the Truman and Eisenhower administrations would make clear, undergo excessive industrial development that might infringe on U.S. interests. Thus, Brazil could produce low-quality steel that U.S. corporations did not want to bother with, but it would be excessive were it to compete with U.S. firms. Similar concerns resonate throughout the post-World War II period. The global system that was to be dominated by the United States was threatened by what internal documents call radical and nationalistic regimes that responded to popular pressures for independent development. That was the concern that motivated the overthrow of the parliamentary governments of Iran and Guatemala in 1953 and 1954, as well as numerous others. In the case of Iran, a major concern was the potential impact of Iranian independence on Egypt, then in turmoil over British colonial practices. In Guatemala, apart from the crime of the new democracy in empowering the peasant majority and infringing on possessions of the United Fruit Company, already offensive enough, Washington's concern was labor unrest and popular mobilization in neighboring U.S.-backed dictatorships. In both cases, the consequences reach to the present. Literally not a day has passed since 1953 when the United States has not been torturing the people of Iran. Guatemala remains one of the world's worst horror chambers. To this day, Mayans are fleeing from the effects of near-genocidal government military campaigns in the highlands backed by President Ronald Reagan and his top officials. As the country director of Oxfam, a Guatemalan doctor, reported in 2014, there is a dramatic deterioration of the political, social, and economic context. Attacks against human rights defenders have increased 300% during the last year. There is a clear evidence of a very well-organized strategy by the private sector and army. Both have captured the government in order to keep the status quo and to impose the extraction economical model, pushing away dramatically indigenous peoples from their own land, due to the mining industry, African palm and sugar cane plantations. In addition, the social movement defending their land and rights has been criminalized. Many leaders are in jail and many others have been killed. Nothing is known about this in the United States, and the very obvious cause of it remains suppressed. In the 1950s, President Eisenhower and Secretary of State John Foster Dulles explained quite clearly the dilemma that the United States faced. They complained that the communists had an unfair advantage. They were able to appeal directly to the masses and get control of mass movements, something we have no capacity to duplicate. The poor people are the ones they appeal to, and they have always wanted to plunder the rich. That causes problems. The United States somehow finds it difficult to appeal to the poor with its doctrine that the rich should plunder the poor. The Cuban example. A clear illustration of the general pattern was Cuba, when it finally gained independence in 1959. Within months, military attacks on the island began. Shortly after, the Eisenhower administration made a secret decision to overthrow the government. John F. Kennedy then became president. He intended to devote more attention to Latin America, and so, on taking office, he created a study group to develop policies that was headed by the historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., who summarized its conclusions for the incoming president. As Schlesinger explained, what was threatening in an independent Cuba was the Castro idea of taking matters into one's own hands. It was an idea that unfortunately appealed to the mass of the population in Latin America, where the distribution of land and other forms of national wealth greatly favors the propertied classes, and the poor and underprivileged, stimulated by the example of the Cuban Revolution, are now demanding opportunities for a decent living. Again, Washington's usual dilemma. As the CIA explained, the extensive influence of Castroism is not a function of Cuban power. Castro's shadow looms large because social and economic conditions throughout Latin America invite opposition to ruling authority, and encourage agitation for radical change, for which his Cuba provided a model. Kennedy feared that Russian aid might make Cuba a showcase for development, giving the Soviets the upper hand throughout Latin America. The State Department policy planning staff warned that the primary danger we face in Castro is in the impact the very existence of his regime has upon the leftist movement in many Latin American countries. The simple fact is that Castro represents a successful defiance of the United States, a negation of our whole hemispheric policy of almost a century and a half, that is, since the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, when the United States declared its intention of dominating the hemisphere. The immediate goal at the time of the doctrine was to conquer Cuba, but that could not be achieved because of the power of the British enemy. Still, that grand strategist John Quincy Adams, the intellectual father of the Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny, informed his colleagues that over time Cuba would fall into our hands by the laws of political gravitation, as an apple falls from the tree. In brief, U.S. power would increase and Britain's would decline. In 1898, Adams's prognosis was realized. The United States invaded Cuba in the guise of liberating it. In fact, it prevented the island's liberation from Spain and turned it into a virtual colony, to quote historians Ernest May and Philip Zelikow. Cuba remained a virtual U.S. colony until January 1959, when it gained independence. Since that time it has been subjected to major U.S. terrorist wars, primarily during the Kennedy years, and economic strangulation. And not because of the Russians. The pretense all along was that we were defending ourselves from the Russian threat, an absurd explanation that generally went unchallenged. A simple test of the thesis, again, is what happened when any conceivable Russian threat disappeared. U.S. policy toward Cuba became even harsher, spearheaded by liberal Democrats, including Bill Clinton, who outflanked Bush from the right in the 1992 election. On the face of it, these events should have considerable bearing on the validity of the doctrinal framework for discussion of foreign policy and the factors that drive it. Once again, however, the impact is slight. The virus of nationalism. Henry Kissinger caught the essence of the real foreign policy of the United States when he termed independent nationalism a virus that might spread contagion. Kissinger was referring to Salvador Allende's Chile. The virus was the idea that there might be a parliamentary path toward some kind of socialist democracy. The way to deal with such a threat was to destroy the virus and inoculate those who might be infected, typically by imposing murderous national security states. That was achieved in the case of Chile, but it is important to recognize that the thinking held, and still holds, worldwide. It was, for example, the reasoning behind the decision to oppose Vietnamese nationalism in the early 1950s and support France's effort to reconquer its former colony. It was feared that independent Vietnamese nationalism might be a virus that would spread contagion to the surrounding regions, including resource-rich Indonesia. That might even have led Japan to become the industrial and commercial center of an independent new order of the kind Imperial Japan had so recently fought to establish. The remedy was clear, and largely achieved. Vietnam was virtually destroyed and ringed by military dictatorships that kept the virus from spreading contagion. The same was true in Latin America in the same years. One virus after another was viciously attacked and either destroyed or weakened to the point of bare survival. From the early 1960s, a plague of repression was imposed on the continent that had no precedent in the violent history of the hemisphere, extending to Central America in the 1980s, a matter that there should be no need to review. Much the same was true in the Middle East. The unique U.S. relations with Israel were established in their current form in 1967 when Israel delivered a smashing blow to Egypt, the center of secular Arab nationalism. By doing so, it protected U.S. ally Saudi Arabia, then engaged in military conflict with Egypt in Yemen. Saudi Arabia, of course, is the most extreme radical fundamentalist Islamic state, and also a missionary state, expending huge sums to establish its Wahhabi Salafi doctrines beyond its borders. It is worth remembering that the United States, like England before it, has tended to support radical fundamentalist Islam in opposition to secular nationalism, which has until recently been perceived as posing more of a threat of independence and contagion. The value of secrecy. There is much more to say, but the historical record demonstrates very clearly that the standard doctrine has little merit. Security in the normal sense is not a prominent factor in policy formation. To repeat, in the normal sense. But in evaluating the standard doctrine, we have to ask what is actually meant by security. Security for whom? One answer is security for state power. There are many illustrations. In May 2014, for example, the United States agreed to support a UN Security Council resolution calling on the International Criminal Court to investigate war crimes in Syria, but with a proviso: there could be no inquiry into possible war crimes by Israel or by Washington, though it was unnecessary to add that last condition. The United States is uniquely self-immunized from the international legal system. In fact, there is even congressional legislation authorizing the president to use armed force to rescue any American brought to The Hague for trial, the Netherlands Invasion Act, as it is sometimes called in Europe. That once again illustrates the importance of protecting the security of state power. But protecting it from whom? There is, in fact, a strong case to be made that a prime concern of government is the security of state power from the population. As those who have spent time rummaging through archives should be aware, government secrecy is rarely motivated by a genuine need for security, but it definitely does serve to keep the population in the dark. And for good reasons, which were lucidly explained by prominent liberal scholar and government advisor Samuel Huntington. In his words, the architects of power in the United States must create a force that can be felt but not seen. Power remains strong when it remains in the dark. Exposed to the sunlight, it begins to evaporate. Huntington wrote that in 1981, when the Cold War was again heating up, and he explained further that you may have to sell intervention or other military action in such a way as to create the misimpression that it is the Soviet Union that you are fighting. That is what the United States has been doing ever since the Truman Doctrine. These simple truths are rarely acknowledged, but they provide insight into state power and policy, with reverberations to the present moment. State power has to be protected from its domestic enemy. In sharp contrast, the population is not secure from state power. A striking illustration is the radical attack on the Constitution by the Obama administration's massive surveillance program. It is, of course, justified by national security. That is routine for virtually all actions of all states and so carries little information. When the NSA's surveillance program was exposed by Edward Snowden's revelations, high officials claimed that it had prevented 54 terrorist acts. On inquiry, that was whittled down to a dozen. A high-level government panel then discovered that there was actually only one case. Someone had sent $8,500 to Somalia. That was the total yield of the huge assault on the Constitution and, of course, on others throughout the world. Britain's attitude is interesting. In 2007, the British government called on Washington's colossal spy agency to analyze and retain any British citizens. Mobile phone and fax numbers, emails, and IP addresses swept up by its dragnet, The Guardian reported. That is a useful indication of the relative significance, in government eyes, of the privacy of its own citizens and of Washington's demands. Another concern is security for private power. One illustration is the huge trade agreements, the Trans-Pacific and Transatlantic Pacts, now being negotiated. These are being negotiated in secret, but not completely in secret. They are not secret from the hundreds of corporate lawyers who are drawing up the detailed provisions. It is not hard to guess what the results will be, and the few leaks about them suggest that the expectations are accurate. Like NAFTA and other such pacts, these are not free trade agreements. In fact, they are not even trade agreements, but primarily investor rights agreements. Again, secrecy is critically important to protect the primary domestic constituency of the governments involved, the corporate sector. The final century of human civilization? There are other examples too numerous to mention, facts that are well established and would be taught in elementary schools in free societies. There is, in other words, ample evidence that securing state power from the domestic population and securing concentrated private power are driving forces in policy formation. Of course, it is not quite that simple. There are interesting cases, some quite current, where these commitments conflict, but we can consider this to be a good first approximation, and one radically opposed to the received standard doctrine. Let us turn to another question: what about the security of the population? It is easy to demonstrate that this is of marginal concern to policy planners. Take two prominent current examples: global warming and nuclear weapons. As any literate person is doubtless aware, these are dire threats to the security of the population. Turning to state policy, we find that it is committed to accelerating each of those threats, in the interests of its primary concerns, protection of state power and of the concentrated private power that largely determines state policy. Consider global warming. There is now much exuberance in the United States about 100 years of energy independence, as we become the Saudi Arabia of the next century. Perhaps the final century of human civilization if current policies persist. That illustrates very clearly the nature of the concern for security, certainly not for the population. It also illustrates the moral calculus of contemporary state capitalism. The fate of our grandchildren counts as nothing when compared with the imperative of higher profits tomorrow. These conclusions are fortified by a closer look at the propaganda system. There is a huge public relations campaign in the United States, organized quite openly by big energy and the business world, to try to convince the public that global warming is either unreal or not a result of human activity. And it has had some impact. The United States ranks lower than other countries in public concern about global warming, and the results are stratified. Among Republicans, the party more fully dedicated to the interests of wealth and corporate power, it ranks far lower than the global norm. The premier journal of media criticism, the Columbia Journalism Review, had an interesting article on the subject attributing this outcome to the media doctrine of fair and balanced. In other words, if a journal publishes an opinion piece reflecting the conclusions of 97% of scientists, it must also run a counterpiece expressing the viewpoint of the energy corporations. That indeed is what happens, but there certainly is no fair and balanced doctrine. Thus, if a journal runs an opinion piece denouncing Russian President Vladimir Putin for the criminal act of taking over the Crimea, it surely does not have to run a piece pointing out that, while the act is indeed criminal, Russia has a far stronger case today than the United States did more than a century ago in taking over southeastern Cuba, including Guantanamo, the country's major port, and rejecting the Cuban demand since independence to have it returned. And the same is true of many other cases. The actual media doctrine is fair and balanced when the concerns of concentrated private power are involved, but surely not elsewhere. On the issue of nuclear weapons, the record is similarly interesting and frightening. It reveals very clearly that, from the earliest days, the security of the population was a non-issue, and remains so. There is no need here to run through the shocking record, But there is little doubt that policymakers have been playing roulette with the fate of the species. As we are all surely aware, we now face the most ominous decisions in human history. There are many problems that must be addressed, but two are overwhelming in their significance: environmental destruction and nuclear war. For the first time in history, we face the possibility of destroying the prospects for decent existence, and not in the distant future. For this reason alone, it is imperative to sweep away the ideological clouds and face honestly and realistically the question of how policy decisions are made, and what we can do to alter them before it is too late. 14. Outrage. Almost every day brings news of awful crimes, but some are so heinous, so horrendous and malicious, that they dwarf all else. One of those rare events took place when Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 was shot down in eastern Ukraine, killing 298 people. The guardian of virtue in the White House denounced it as an outrage of unspeakable proportions, which he attributed to Russian support. His UN ambassador thundered that, when 298 civilians are killed in the horrific downing of a civilian plane, we must stop at nothing to determine who is responsible and to bring them to justice. She also called on Vladimir Putin to end his shameful efforts to evade his very clear responsibility. True, the irritating little man, with the rat-like face, as Timothy Garton Ash described him, had called for an independent investigation, but that could only have been because of sanctions from the one country courageous enough to impose them, the United States, while Europeans cowered in fear. On CNN, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine William Taylor assured the world that the irritating little man is clearly responsible for the shoot-down of this airliner. For weeks, lead stories reported on the anguish of the families, the lives of the murdered victims, the international efforts to claim the bodies, and the fury over the horrific crime that has stunned the world, as the press reported daily in grisly detail. Every literate person, and certainly every editor and commentator, should instantly have recalled another case when a plane was shot down with comparable loss of life, Iran Air Flight 655, with 290 killed, including 66 children, shot down in Iranian airspace on a clearly identified commercial air route. The agent of this act has always been known. It was the guided missile cruiser USS Vincennes, operating in Iranian waters in the Persian Gulf. The commander of a nearby U.S. vessel, David Carlson, wrote in the U.S. Naval Institute's magazine, Proceedings, that he wondered aloud in disbelief as the Vincennes announced her intentions to attack what was clearly a civilian aircraft. He speculated that robo-cruiser, as the Vincennes was called because of its aggressive behavior, felt a need to prove the viability of Aegis, the sophisticated anti-aircraft system on the cruiser, in the Persian Gulf, and that they hankered for the opportunity to show their stuff. 2 years later, the commander of the Vincennes and the officer in charge of anti-air warfare were given the U.S. Legion of Merit Award for exceptionally meritorious conduct in the performance of outstanding service, and for the calm and professional atmosphere maintained during the period around the downing of the Iranian Airbus. The airplane's destruction itself was not mentioned in the award. President Ronald Reagan blamed the Iranians for the disaster and defended the actions of the warship, which followed standing orders and widely publicized procedures, firing to protect itself against possible attack. His successor, George H. W. Bush, proclaimed that, "I will never apologize for the United States. I don't care what the facts are. I'm not an apologize for America kind of guy." No evasions of responsibility here, unlike the barbarians in the East. There was little reaction at the time, no outrage, no desperate search for victims, No passionate denunciations of those responsible. No eloquent laments by the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations about the immense and heart-wrenching loss when the airliner was downed. Iranian condemnations were occasionally noted, but dismissed as boilerplate attacks on the United States, as Philip Sheehan of the New York Times put it. Small wonder, then, that this insignificant earlier event merited only a few scattered words in the U.S. media during the vast furor over a real crime, in which the demonic enemy might have been indirectly involved. One exception was the London Daily Mail, where Dominic Lawson wrote that although Putin's apologists might bring up the Iran air attack, the comparison actually demonstrates our high moral values as contrasted with those of the miserable Russians, who try to evade their responsibility for MH17 with lies while Washington at once announced that the U.S. warship had shot down the Iranian aircraft, righteously. What more powerful evidence could there be of our nobility and their depravity? We know why Ukrainians and Russians are in their own countries, but one might ask what exactly the Vincennes was doing in Iranian waters. The answer is simple: it was defending Washington's great friend Saddam Hussein in his murderous aggression against Iran. For the victims, the shootdown was no small matter. It was a major factor in Iran's recognition that it could not fight on any longer, according to historian Dilip Hero. It is worth remembering the extent of Washington's devotion to its friend Saddam. Reagan removed him from the State Department's terrorist list so that aid could be sent to expedite his assault on Iran, and later both denied his terrible crimes against the Kurds, including the use of chemical weapons, and blocked congressional condemnations of those crimes. He also accorded Saddam a privilege otherwise granted only to Israel. There was no serious reaction when Iraq attacked the USS Stark with Exocet missiles, killing 37 crewmen, much like the case of the USS Liberty, attacked repeatedly by Israeli jets and torpedo ships in 1967, killing 34 crewmen. Reagan's successor, George H.W. Bush, went on to provide further aid to Saddam, badly needed after the war with Iran that he had launched. Bush also invited Iraqi nuclear engineers to come to the United States for advanced training in weapons production. In April 1990, he dispatched a high-level Senate delegation, led by future Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole, to convey his warm regards to his friend Saddam and to assure him that he should disregard irresponsible criticism from the haughty and pampered press, and that such miscreants had been removed from Voice of America. The fawning before Saddam continued until he suddenly turned into a new Hitler a few months later when he disobeyed orders, or perhaps misunderstood them, and invaded Kuwait, with illuminating consequences that I must leave aside here. Other precedents for MH17 had long since been sent down the memory hole as being without significance. Take, for instance, the Libyan civilian airliner that was lost in a sandstorm in 1973 and shot down by U.S.-supplied Israeli jets, 2 minutes flight time from Cairo, toward which it was heading. The death toll was only 110 that time. Israel blamed the French pilot of the Libyan plane, with the endorsement of the New York Times, which added that the Israeli act was, at worst, an act of callousness that not even the savagery of previous Arab actions can excuse. The incident was passed over quickly in the United States, with little criticism. When Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir arrived in Washington 4 days later, she faced few embarrassing questions and returned home with new gifts of military aircraft. The reaction was much the same when Washington's favored Angolan terrorist organization, UNITA, claimed to have shot down 2 civilian airliners. Returning to the sole authentic and truly horrific crime, the New York Times. reported that UN Ambassador Samantha Power choked up as she spoke of infants who perished in the Malaysia Airlines crash in Ukraine, and the Dutch Foreign Minister, Frans Timmermans, could barely contain his anger as he recalled seeing pictures of thugs snatching wedding bands off the fingers of the victims. At the same session, the report continues, there was also a long recitation of names and ages, all belonging to children killed in the latest Israeli offensive in Gaza. The only reported reaction was by Palestinian envoy Riyad Mansour, who grew quiet in the middle of the recitation. The Israeli attack on Gaza in July did, however, elicit outrage in Washington. President Obama reiterated his strong condemnation of rocket and tunnel attacks against Israel by the militant group Hamas, The Hill reported. He also expressed growing concern about the rising number of Palestinian civilian deaths in Gaza, but without condemnation. The Senate filled that gap, voting unanimously to support Israeli actions in Gaza while condemning the unprovoked rocket fire at Israel by Hamas and calling on Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas to dissolve the unity governing arrangement with Hamas and condemn the attacks on Israel. As for Congress, perhaps it's enough to join the 80% of the public who disapprove of their performance, though the word disapprove is rather too mild in this case. But in Obama's defense, it may be that he has no idea what Israel is doing in Gaza with the weapons that he is kind enough to supply to them. After all, he relies on U.S. intelligence, which may be too busy collecting phone calls and email messages of citizens to pay much attention to such marginalia. It may be useful, then, to review what we all should know. Israel's goal had long been a simple one, quiet for quiet, a return to the norm, though now it may demand even more. What then was the norm? For the West Bank, the norm has been that Israel carries forward its illegal construction of settlements and infrastructure, so that whatever might be of value can be integrated into Israel, while the Palestinians are consigned to unviable cantons and subjected to intense repression and violence. For the past 14 years, the norm has been that Israel kills more than 2 Palestinian children a week. One such recent Israeli rampage was set off on June 12, 2014, by the brutal murder of 3 Israeli boys from a settler community in the occupied West Bank. A month before, 2 Palestinian boys had been shot dead in the West Bank city of Ramallah. That elicited no attention, which is understandable, since it is routine. The institutionalized disregard for Palestinian life in the West helps explain not only why Palestinians resort to violence, the respected Middle East analyst Muin Rabbani reports, but also Israel's latest assault on the Gaza Strip. Its quiet for quiet policy has also enabled Israel to carry forward its program of separating Gaza from the West Bank. That program has been pursued vigorously, always with U.S. support, ever since the United States and Israel accepted the Oslo Accords, which declare the 2 regions to be an inseparable territorial unity. A look at the map explains the rationale. Gaza provides Palestine's only access to the outside world, so once the 2 are separated, any autonomy that Israel might grant to Palestinians in the West Bank would leave them effectively imprisoned between hostile states, Israel and Jordan. The imprisonment will become even more severe as Israel continues its systematic program of expelling Palestinians from the Jordan Valley and constructing Israeli settlements there. The norm in Gaza was described in detail by the heroic Norwegian trauma surgeon Mads Gilbert, who has worked in Gaza's main hospital through Israel's most grotesque crimes and returned again for the current onslaught. In June 2014, immediately before it began, he submitted a report on the Gaza health sector to UNRWA, the UN agency that tries desperately, on a shoestring, to care for refugees. At least 57% of Gaza households are food insecure and about 80% are now aid recipients, Gilbert reported. Food insecurity and rising poverty also mean that most residents cannot meet their daily caloric requirements, while over 90% of the water in Gaza has been deemed unfit for human consumption, a situation that became even worse when Israel again attacked water and sewage systems, leaving over 1 million people with even more severe disruptions of the barest necessities of life. Gilbert further reported that Palestinian children in Gaza are suffering immensely. A large proportion are affected by the man-made malnourishment regime caused by the Israeli-imposed blockage. Prevalence of anemia in children less than 2 years in Gaza is at 72.8%, while prevalence of wasting, stunting, underweight have been documented at 34.3%, 31.4%, 31.45% respectively. And it gets worse as the report proceeds. The distinguished human rights lawyer Raji Sourani, who has remained in Gaza through years of Israeli brutality and terror, reports that the most common sentence I heard when people began to talk about ceasefire, "Everybody says it's better for all of us to die and not go back to the situation we used to have before this war. We don't want that again. We have no dignity, no pride, we are just soft targets, and we are very cheap. Either this situation really improves or it is better to just die." I am talking about intellectuals, academics, ordinary people, everybody is saying that. For Gaza, the plans for the norm were explained forthrightly by Dov Weissglass, a confidant of Ariel Sharon and the person who negotiated the withdrawal of Israeli settlers from Gaza in 2005. Hailed as a grand gesture in Israel and among acolytes, the withdrawal was in reality a carefully staged, national trauma, ridiculed by informed Israeli commentators, among them the country's leading sociologist, the late Baruch Kimmerling. What actually happened is that Israeli hawks, led by Sharon, realized that it made good sense to transfer the illegal settlers from their subsidized communities in devastated Gaza, where they were sustained at exorbitant cost, to subsidized settlements in the other occupied territories, which Israel intends to keep. Instead of simply transferring them, as would have been simple enough, it was clearly more useful to present the world with images of little children pleading with soldiers not to destroy their homes, amid cries of "never again," with the implication obvious. What made the farce even more transparent was that it was a replica of the staged trauma, when Israel had to evacuate the Egyptian part of the Sinai Peninsula in 1982. But it played very well for the intended audience at home and abroad. Weissglass provided his own description of the transfer of settlers from Gaza to other occupied territories. What I effectively agreed to with the Americans was that the major settlement blocks in the West Bank would not be dealt with at all, and the rest will not be dealt with until the Palestinians turn into Finns, but a special kind of Finns, who would quietly accept rule by a foreign power. The significance is the freezing of the political process, Weissglass continued. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state and you prevent a discussion about the refugees, the borders, and Jerusalem. Effectively, this whole package that is called the Palestinian state, with all that it entails, has been removed from our agenda indefinitely. And all this with President Bush's authority and permission and the ratification of both houses of Congress. Weissglass explained that Gazans would remain on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger, which would not help Israel's fading reputation. With their vaunted technical efficiency, Israeli experts determined precisely how many calories a day Gazans needed for bare survival, while also depriving them of medicines and other means of a decent life. Israeli military forces confined them by land, sea, and air to what British Prime Minister David Cameron accurately described as a prison camp. The Israeli withdrawal left them in total control of Gaza, hence the occupying power under international law. And to close the prison walls even more tightly, Israel excluded Palestinians from a large region along the border, including a third or more of Gaza's scarce arable land. The justification was security for Israelis, which could have been just as well achieved by establishing the security zone on the Israeli side of the border, or by ending the savage siege and other punishments. The official story is that after Israel graciously handed Gaza over to the Palestinians in the hope that they would construct a flourishing state, they revealed their true nature by subjecting Israel to unremitting rocket attacks and forcing the captive population to become martyrs, so that Israel would be pictured in a bad light. Reality is rather different. A few weeks after Israeli troops withdrew, leaving the occupation intact, Palestinians committed a major crime. In January 2006, they voted the wrong way in a carefully monitored free election, handing control of their parliament to Hamas. The Israeli media constantly intoned that Hamas was dedicated to the destruction of the country. In reality, Hamas's leaders have repeatedly made it clear that they would accept a two-state settlement in accord with the international consensus that has been blocked by the United States and Israel for 40 years. In contrast, Israel is dedicated to the destruction of Palestine, apart from some occasional meaningless words, and is implementing that commitment. True, Israel accepted the roadmap for reaching a two-state settlement initiated by President Bush and adopted by the quartet that was supposed to supervise it, the United States, the European Union, the United Nations, and Russia. But as he accepted the roadmap, Prime Minister Sharon at once added 14 reservations that effectively nullified it. The facts were known to activists, but only revealed to the general public for the first time in Jimmy Carter's book Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid. They remain under wraps in media reporting and commentary. The unrevised 1999 platform of Israel's governing party, Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud, flatly rejects the establishment of a Palestinian Arab state west of the Jordan River. And for those who like to obsess about meaningless charters, the core component of Likud, Menachem Begin's Haret Party, has yet to abandon its founding doctrine that the territory on both sides of the Jordan is part of the land of Israel. The crime of the Palestinians in January 2006 was punished at once. The United States and Israel, with Europe shamefully trailing behind, imposed harsh sanctions on the errant population, and Israel stepped up its violence. By June, when the attacks sharply escalated, Israel had already fired more than 7,700 shells at northern Gaza. The United States and Israel quickly initiated plans for a military coup to overthrow the elected government. When Hamas had the effrontery to foil these plans, the Israeli assaults and the siege became far more severe, justified by the claim that Hamas had taken over the Gaza Strip by force. There should be no need to review again the horrendous record since. The relentless siege and savage attacks have been punctuated by episodes of mowing the lawn, to borrow Israel's cheery expression for its periodic exercises of shooting fish in a pond in what it calls a war of defense. Once the lawn is mowed and the desperate population seeks to reconstruct somehow from the devastation and the murders, there is a ceasefire agreement. These have been regularly observed by Hamas, as Israel concedes, until Israel violates them with renewed violence. The most recent ceasefire was established after Israel's October 2012 assault. Though Israel maintained its devastating siege, Hamas observed the ceasefire, as Israeli officials concede. Matters changed in June, when Fatah and Hamas forged a unity agreement, which established a new government of technocrats that had no Hamas participation and accepted all of the demands of the quartet. Israel was naturally furious, all the more so when even the Obama administration joined in signaling its approval. The unity agreement not only undercut Israel's claim that it cannot negotiate with a divided Palestine, but also threatened the long-term goal of dividing Gaza from the West Bank and pursuing its destructive policies in both regions. Something had to be done, and an occasion arose shortly after, when the 3 Israeli boys were murdered in the West Bank. The Netanyahu government had strong evidence at once that they were dead, but pretended otherwise, which provided the opportunity to launch a rampage in the West Bank, targeting Hamas, undermining the feared unity government, and sharply increasing Israeli repression. Netanyahu claimed to have certain knowledge that Hamas was responsible. That too was a lie, as was recognized early on. There has been no pretense of presenting evidence. One of Israel's leading authorities on Hamas, Shlomi Eldar, reported almost at once that the killers very likely came from a dissident clan in Hebron, that has long been a thorn in the side of Hamas. Eldar added, "I'm sure they didn't get any green light from the leadership of Hamas, they just thought it was the right time to act." The 18-day rampage did succeed in undermining the feared unity government and sharply increasing Israeli repression. According to Israeli military sources, Israeli soldiers arrested 419 Palestinians, including 335 affiliated with Hamas, and killed 6, while searching thousands of locations and confiscating $350,000. Israel also conducted dozens of attacks in Gaza, killing 5 Hamas members on July 7. Hamas finally reacted with its first rockets in 19 months, Israeli officials reported, providing the pretext for Operation Protective Edge on July 8. There has been ample reporting on the exploits of the self-declared most moral army in the world, which, according to Israel's ambassador to the United States, should receive the Nobel Peace Prize. By the end of July, some 1,500 Palestinians had been killed, exceeding the toll of the Operation Cast Lead crimes of 2008-9. 70% of them were civilians, including hundreds of women and children. 3 civilians in Israel were also killed. Large areas of Gaza were turned into rubble. During brief pauses in the bombing, relatives desperately sought shattered bodies or household items in the ruins of homes. Gaza's main power plant was attacked, not for the first time. This is an Israeli specialty, sharply curtailing the already limited electricity and, worse yet, reducing still further the minimal availability of fresh water, another war crime. Meanwhile, rescue teams and ambulances were repeatedly attacked. As atrocities mounted throughout Gaza, Israel claimed that its goal was to destroy tunnels at the border. 4 hospitals were attacked, each yet another war crime. The first was the Al-Wafa Rehabilitation Hospital in Gaza City, attacked on the day Israeli ground forces invaded the prison. A few lines in the New York Times, within a story about the ground invasion, reported that most but not all of the 17 patients and 25 doctors and nurses were evacuated before the electricity was cut and heavy bombardments nearly destroyed the building, doctors said. "We evacuated them under fire," said Dr. Ali Abu Riyala, a hospital spokesman. Nurses and doctors had to carry the patients on their backs, some of them falling off the stairway. There is an unprecedented state of panic in the hospital. 3 working hospitals were then attacked, while patients and staff were left to their own devices to survive. One Israeli crime did receive wide condemnation. The attack on a UN school that was harboring 3,300 terrified refugees who had fled the ruins of their neighborhoods, on the orders of the Israeli army. The outraged UNRWA Commissioner General, Pierre Krahenbuhl, said, "I condemn in the strongest possible terms this serious violation of international law by Israeli forces. Today the world stands disgraced." There were at least 3 Israeli strikes at the refugee shelter, a site well known to the Israeli army. The precise location of the Jabalia Elementary Girls' School and the fact that it was housing thousands of internally displaced people was communicated to the Israeli army 17 times, to ensure its protection, Krahenbuhl said, the last being at 10 to 9 last night, just hours before the fatal shelling. The attack was also condemned in the strongest possible terms by the normally reticent Secretary-General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. "Nothing is more shameful than attacking sleeping children," he said. There is no record that the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations choked up as she spoke of infants who perished in the Israeli strike or in the attack on Gaza altogether. But White House spokesperson Bernadette Meehan did respond. She said that, "We are extremely concerned that thousands of internally displaced Palestinians who have been called on by the Israeli military to evacuate their homes are not safe in UN-designated shelters in Gaza. We also condemn those responsible for hiding weapons in United Nations facilities in Gaza." She omitted to mention that these facilities were empty and that the weapons were found by UNRWA, who had already condemned those who hid them. Later, the administration joined in stronger condemnations of this particular crime, while at the same time releasing more weapons to Israel. In doing so, however, Pentagon spokesman Steve Warren told reporters, "And it's become clear that the Israelis need to do more to live up to their very high standards for protecting civilian life, the high standards it had been exhibiting for many years while using U.S. arms." Attacks on UN compounds sheltering refugees is another Israeli specialty. One famous incident is the Israeli bombardment of the clearly identified UN refugee shelter in Qana during Shimon Peres's murderous Grapes of Wrath campaign in 1996, killing 106 Lebanese civilians who had taken refuge there, including 52 children. To be sure, Israel is not alone in this practice. 20 years earlier, its ally South Africa launched an airborne strike deep into Angola against Kasinga, a refugee camp run by the Namibian resistance SWAPO. Israeli officials laud the humanity of their army, which even goes so far as to inform residents that their homes will be bombed. The practice is sadism, sanctimoniously disguising itself as mercy, in the words of Israeli journalist Amira Hass. A recorded message demanding hundreds of thousands of people leave their already targeted homes for another place, equally dangerous, 10 kilometers away. In fact, no place in the prison is safe from Israeli sadism. Some find it difficult to profit from Israel's solicitude. An appeal to the world by the Gazan Catholic Church quoted a priest who explained the plight of residents of the House of Christ, a care home dedicated to looking after disabled children. They were removed to the Holy Family Church because Israel was targeting the area, but soon thereafter he wrote, "The Church of Gaza has received an order to evacuate. They will bomb the Tzeitan area and the people are already fleeing." The problem is that the priest Father George and the 3 nuns of Mother Teresa have 29 handicapped children, and 9 old ladies who can't move. How will they manage to leave? If anyone can intercede with someone in power, and pray, please do it. Actually, it shouldn't have been difficult. Israel already provided the instructions at the Al-Wafa Rehabilitation Hospital. And fortunately, at least some states tried to intercede, as best they could. 5 Latin American states, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, El Salvador, and Peru, withdrew their ambassadors from Israel, following the course of Bolivia and Venezuela, which had broken relations in reaction to earlier Israeli crimes. These principled acts were another sign of the remarkable change in world relations as much of Latin America begins to free itself from Western domination, sometimes providing a model of civilized behavior to those who controlled it for 500 years. The hideous revelations elicited a different reaction from the most moral president in the world, the usual one: great sympathy for Israelis, bitter condemnation of Hamas, and calls for moderation on both sides. In his August press conference, President Obama did express concern for Palestinians caught in the crossfire, while again vigorously supporting the right of Israel to defend itself, like everyone. Not quite everyone, not, of course, Palestinians. They have no right to defend themselves, surely not when Israel is on good behavior, keeping to the norm of quiet for quiet, stealing their land, driving them out of their homes, subjecting them to a savage siege, and regularly attacking them with weapons provided by their protector. Palestinians are like black Africans, the Namibian refugees in the Kasinga camp, for example, all terrorists for whom the right of defense does not exist. A 72-hour humanitarian truce was supposed to go into effect at 8 a.m. on August 1. It broke down almost at once. According to a press release of the Al-Mezan Center for Human Rights in Gaza, which has a solid reputation for reliability, one of its field workers in Rafah, at the Egyptian border in the south, heard Israeli artillery firing at about 8:05 a.m. By about 9:30 a.m., after reports that an Israeli soldier had been captured, intensive air and artillery bombing of Rafah was underway, killing probably dozens of people and injuring hundreds who had returned to their homes after the ceasefire entered into effect, though numbers could not be verified. The day before, on July 31, the coastal municipality's water utility, the sole provider of water in the Gaza Strip, had announced that it could no longer provide water or sanitation services because of lack of fuel and frequent attacks on its personnel. The Al-Mezan Center for Human Rights reported that by then, almost all primary health services had stopped in the Gaza Strip due to the lack of water, garbage collection, and environment health services. UNRWA had also warned about the risk of imminent spreading of disease owing to the halt of water and sanitation services. Meanwhile, on the eve of the ceasefire, Israeli missiles fired from aircraft continued to kill and wound victims throughout the region. When the current episode of sadism is finally called off, whenever that will be, Israel hopes to be free to pursue its criminal policies in the occupied territories without interference. Gazans will be free to return to the norm in their Israeli-run prison, while in the West Bank they can watch in peace as Israel dismantles what remains of their possessions. That is the likely outcome if the United States maintains its decisive and virtually unilateral support for Israeli crimes, and its rejection of the long-standing international consensus on diplomatic settlement. But the future would be quite different if the United States withdraws that support. In that case, it might be possible to move toward the enduring solution in Gaza that Secretary of State John Kerry called for, eliciting hysterical condemnation in Israel because the phrase could be interpreted as calling for an end to Israel's siege and regular attacks and, horror of horrors, the phrase might even be interpreted as calling for implementation of international law in the rest of the occupied territories. It is not that Israel's security would be threatened by adherence to international law, it would likely be enhanced. But as explained 40 years ago by Israeli General, and later President, Ezer Weizman, Israel could not then exist according to the scale, spirit, and quality she now embodies. There are similar cases in recent history. Indonesian generals swore that they would never abandon what Australian Foreign Minister Gareth Evans called the Indonesian province of East Timor, as he was making a deal to steal Timorese oil. As long as the ruling generals retained U.S. support, through decades of virtually genocidal slaughter, their goals were realistic. Finally, in September 1999, under considerable domestic and international pressure, President Clinton informed them quietly that the game was over and they instantly withdrew from East Timor, while Evans turned to a new career as the lauded apostle of responsibility to protect, in a version designed, of course, to permit a Western resort to violence at will. Another relevant case is South Africa. In 1958, South Africa's foreign minister informed the U.S. ambassador that although his country was becoming a pariah state, it would not matter as long as Washington's support continued. His assessment proved fairly accurate. 30 years later, Ronald Reagan was the last significant holdout in supporting the apartheid regime, which was still sustaining itself. Within a few years, Washington joined the world and the regime collapsed. Not for that reason alone, of course. One crucial factor was the remarkable Cuban role in the liberation of Africa, generally ignored in the West, though not in Africa. 40 years ago, Israel made the fateful decision to choose expansion over security, rejecting a full peace treaty offered by Egypt in return for the evacuation of occupied Egyptian Sinai, where Israel was initiating extensive settlement and development projects. It has adhered to that policy ever since, making essentially the same judgment as South Africa did in 1958. In the case of Israel, if the United States decided to join the world, the impact would be far greater. Relations of power allow nothing else, as has been demonstrated whenever Washington has seriously demanded that Israel abandon one of its cherished goals. By now, Israel has little recourse, having adopted policies that turned it from a greatly admired country to one feared and despised, a course it continues to pursue with blind determination in its resolute march toward moral deterioration and possible, ultimate destruction. Could U.S. policy change? It's not impossible. Public opinion has shifted considerably in recent years, particularly among the young, and it cannot be completely ignored. For some years, there has been a good basis for public demands that Washington observe its own laws and cut off military aid to Israel. U.S. law requires that no security assistance may be provided to any country the government of which engages in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. Israel most certainly is guilty of such a consistent pattern. That is why Amnesty International, in the course of Operation Cast Lead in Gaza, called for an arms embargo against Israel as well as Hamas. Senator Patrick Leahy, author of this provision of the law, has brought up its potential applicability to Israel in specific cases, and with a well-conducted educational, organizational, and activist effort such initiatives might be pursued successfully. That could have a very significant impact in itself, while also providing a springboard for further actions not only to punish Israel for its criminal behavior, but also to compel Washington to become part of the international community and observe international law and decent moral principles. Nothing could be more significant for the tragic Palestinian victims of many years of violence and repression. 15. How many minutes to midnight? If some extraterrestrial species were compiling a history of Homo sapiens, they might well break their calendar into two eras, BNW, before nuclear weapons, and NWE, the nuclear weapons era. The latter era, of course, opened on August 6, 1945, the first day of the countdown to what may be the inglorious end of this strange species, which attained the intelligence to discover the effective means to destroy itself, but, so the evidence suggests, not the moral and intellectual capacity to control its own worst instincts. Day 1 of the NWE was marked by the success of Little Boy, a simple atomic bomb. On Day 4, Nagasaki experienced the technological triumph of Fat Man, a more sophisticated design. 5 days later came what the official Air Force history calls the grand finale, a 1,000-plane raid, no mean logistical achievement, on Japan's cities, killing many thousands of people, with leaflets falling among the bombs reading, "Japan has surrendered." President Truman announced that surrender before the last B-29 returned to its base. Those were the auspicious opening days of the NWE. As we now enter its 70th year, we should be contemplating with wonder the fact that we have survived. We can only guess how many years remain. Some reflections on these grim prospects were offered by General Lee Butler, former head of the U.S. Strategic Command, STRATCOM, which controls nuclear weapons and strategy. 20 years ago, Butler wrote that we had so far survived the NWE by some combination of skill, luck, and divine intervention, and I suspect the latter in greatest proportion. Reflecting further on his long career in developing nuclear weapons strategies and organizing the forces to implement them efficiently, he described himself ruefully as having been among the most avid of these keepers of the faith in nuclear weapons. But, he continued, he had come to realize that it was now his burden to declare with all of the conviction I can muster that in my judgment they served us extremely ill. He asked, by what authority do succeeding generations of leaders in the nuclear weapons states usurp the power to dictate the odds of continued life on our planet? Most urgently, why does such breathtaking audacity persist at a moment when we should stand trembling in the face of our folly and united in our commitment to abolish its most deadly manifestations? Butler termed the U.S. Strategic Plan of 1960 that called for an automated all-out strike on the communist world, the single most absurd and irresponsible document I have ever reviewed in my life. Its Soviet counterpart was probably even more insane. But it is important to bear in mind that there are competitors, not least among them the easy acceptance of extraordinary threats to survival. Survival in the early Cold War years. According to received doctrine in scholarship and general intellectual discourse, the prime goal of state policy is national security. There is ample evidence, however, that the doctrine of national security does not encompass the security of the population. The record reveals that, for instance, the threat of instant destruction by nuclear weapons has not ranked high among the concerns of planners. That much was demonstrated early on, and remains true to the present moment. In the early days of the NWE, the United States was overwhelmingly powerful and enjoyed remarkable security. It controlled the hemisphere, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and the opposite sides of those oceans as well. Long before World War II, it had already become by far the richest country in the world, with incomparable advantages. Its economy boomed during the war, while other industrial societies were devastated or severely weakened. By the opening of the new era, the United States possessed about half of total world wealth and an even greater percentage of its manufacturing capacity. There was, however, a potential threat: intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. That threat was discussed in the standard scholarly study of nuclear policies, carried out with access to high-level sources, danger and survival, Choices about the bomb in the first 50 years by McGeorge Bundy, National Security Advisor during the Kennedy and Johnson presidencies. Bundy wrote that, "The timely development of ballistic missiles during the Eisenhower administration is one of the best achievements of those 8 years. Yet it is well to begin with a recognition that both the United States and the Soviet Union might be in much less nuclear danger today if those missiles had never been developed." He then added an instructive comment: "I am aware of no serious contemporary proposal, in or out of either government, that ballistic missiles should somehow be banned by agreement." In short, there was apparently no thought of trying to prevent the sole serious threat to the United States, the threat of utter destruction in a nuclear war with the Soviet Union. Could that threat have been taken off the table? We cannot, of course, be sure, but it was hardly inconceivable. The Russians, far behind in industrial development and technological sophistication, were in a far more threatening environment. Hence, they were significantly more vulnerable to such weapons systems than the United States. There might have been opportunities to explore the possibilities of disarmament, but in the extraordinary hysteria of the day they could hardly have even been perceived. And that hysteria was indeed extraordinary. An examination of the rhetoric of central official documents of that moment, like National Security Council paper NSC 68, remains quite shocking. One indication of possible opportunities to blunt the threat was a remarkable proposal by Soviet ruler Joseph Stalin in 1952 offering to allow Germany to be unified with free elections on the condition that it would not then join a hostile military alliance. That was hardly an extreme condition in light of the history of the past half-century, during which Germany alone had practically destroyed Russia twice, exacting a terrible toll. Stalin's proposal was taken seriously by the respected political commentator James Warburg, but otherwise mostly ignored or ridiculed at the time. Recent scholarship has begun to take a different view. The bitterly anti-communist Soviet scholar Adam Ulam has taken the status of Stalin's proposal to be an unresolved mystery. Washington wasted little effort in flatly rejecting Moscow's initiative, he wrote, on grounds that were embarrassingly unconvincing. The political, scholarly, and general intellectual failure left open the basic question, Ulam added: was Stalin genuinely ready to sacrifice the newly created German Democratic Republic, GDR, on the altar of real democracy, with consequences for world peace and for American security that could have been enormous? Reviewing recent research in Soviet archives, one of the most respected Cold War scholars, Melvin Leffler, observed that many scholars were surprised to discover Lavrenti Beria, the sinister, brutal head of the Russian secret police, Propos, ed., that the Kremlin offer the West a deal on the unification and neutralization of Germany, agreeing to sacrifice the East German communist regime to reduce East-West tensions and improve internal political and economic conditions in Russia. Opportunities that were squandered in favor of securing German participation in NATO. Under the circumstances, it is not impossible that agreements might have been reached that would have protected the security of the American population from the gravest threat on the horizon. But that possibility apparently was not considered, a striking indication of how slight a role authentic security plays in state policy. The Cuban Missile Crisis and beyond. That conclusion was underscored repeatedly in the years that followed. When Nikita Khrushchev took control in Russia in the years after Stalin's death, he recognized that the USSR could not compete militarily with the United States, the richest and most powerful country in history, with incomparable advantages. If it ever hoped to escape its economic backwardness and the devastating effects of the last World War, the Soviet Union would need to reverse the arms race. Accordingly, Khrushchev proposed sharp mutual reductions in offensive weapons. The incoming Kennedy administration considered the offer and rejected it, instead turning to rapid military expansion, even though it was already far in the lead. The late Kenneth Waltz, supported by other strategic analysts with close connections to U.S. intelligence, wrote then that the Kennedy administration undertook the largest strategic and conventional peacetime military buildup the world has yet seen, even as Khrushchev was trying at once to carry through a major reduction in the conventional forces, and to follow a strategy of minimum deterrence. And we did so even though the balance of strategic weapons greatly favored the United States. Again, the government opted for harming national security while enhancing state power. The Soviet reaction to the U.S. buildup of those years was to place nuclear missiles in Cuba in October 1962 to try to redress the balance at least slightly. The move was also motivated in part by Kennedy's terrorist campaign against Fidel Castro's Cuba, which was scheduled to lead to invasion that very month, as Russia and Cuba may have known. The ensuing missile crisis was the most dangerous moment in history, in the words of historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., Kennedy's advisor and confidant. Of no slight significance is the fact that Kennedy is highly praised for his cool courage and statesmanship in the decisions made at the peak of the crisis, even though he had needlessly placed the population at enormous risk for reasons of state and of personal image. 10 years later, in the last days of the 1973 Israeli-Arab War, Henry Kissinger, then National Security Advisor to President Nixon, called a nuclear alert. The purpose was to warn the Russians not to interfere with his delicate diplomatic maneuvers designed to ensure an Israeli victory, of a limited sort, so that the United States would still be in control of the region unilaterally. And the maneuvers were indeed delicate. The United States and Russia had jointly imposed a ceasefire, but Kissinger secretly informed the Israelis that they could ignore it. Hence the need for the nuclear alert to frighten the Russians away. The security of Americans retained its usual status. 10 years after that, the Reagan administration launched operations to probe Russian air defenses by simulating air and naval attacks, and a high-level nuclear alert that the Russians were intended to detect. These actions were undertaken at a very tense moment. Washington was deploying Pershing II strategic missiles in Europe with a 10-minute flight time to Moscow. President Reagan had also announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, program, which the Russians understood to be effectively a first-strike weapon, a standard interpretation of missile defense on all sides. And other tensions were rising. Naturally, these actions caused great alarm in Russia, which unlike the United States was quite vulnerable and had repeatedly been invaded and virtually destroyed. That led to a major war scare in 1983. Newly released archives reveal that the danger was even more severe than historians had previously assumed. A high-level U.S. intelligence study entitled "The War Scare Was for Real" concluded that U.S. intelligence may have underestimated Russian concerns and the threat of a Russian preventative nuclear strike. The exercises almost became a prelude to a preventative nuclear strike, according to an account in the Journal of Strategic Studies. It was even more dangerous than that, as we learned in the fall of 2013, when the BBC reported that right in the midst of these world-threatening developments, Russia's early warning systems detected an incoming missile strike from the United States, sending its nuclear system onto the highest level alert. The protocol for the Soviet military was to retaliate with a nuclear attack of its own. Fortunately, the officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, decided to disobey orders and not report the warnings to his superiors. He received an official reprimand. And thanks to his dereliction of duty, we're still alive to talk about it. The security of the population was no more a high priority for Reagan administration planners than for their predecessors. And so it continues to the present, even putting aside the numerous near-catastrophic nuclear accidents that have occurred over the years, many reviewed in Eric Schlosser's chilling study Command and Control. In other words, it is hard to contest General Butler's conclusions. Survival in the post-Cold War era. The record of post-Cold War actions and doctrines is hardly reassuring either. Every self-respecting president has to have a doctrine. The Clinton doctrine was encapsulated in the slogan, multilateral when we can, unilateral when we must. In congressional testimony, the phrase, when we must, was explained more fully. The United States is entitled to resort to the unilateral use of military power to ensure uninhibited access to key markets, energy supplies, and strategic resources. Meanwhile, Stratcom in the Clinton era produced an important study entitled Essentials of Post-Cold War Deterrence, issued well after the Soviet Union had collapsed and Clinton was extending President George H.W. Bush's program of expanding NATO to the east in violation of verbal promises to Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev, with reverberations to the present. That study was concerned with the role of nuclear weapons in the post-Cold War era. A central conclusion, that the United States must maintain the right to launch a first strike, even against non-nuclear states. Furthermore, nuclear weapons must always be at the ready because they cast a shadow over any crisis or conflict. They were, that is, constantly being used, just as you're using a gun if you aim but don't fire one while robbing a store, a point that Daniel Ellsberg has repeatedly stressed. Stratcom went on to advise that planners should not be too rational about determining what the opponent values the most. Anything is a possible target. It hurts to portray ourselves as too fully rational and cool-headed. That the U.S. may become irrational and vindictive if its vital interests are attacked should be a part of the national persona we project. It is beneficial for our strategic posture if some elements may appear to be potentially out of control, thus posing a constant threat of nuclear attack, a severe violation of the UN Charter, if anyone cares. Not much here about the noble goals constantly proclaimed, or, for that matter, the obligation under the Non-Proliferation Treaty to make good faith efforts to eliminate this scourge of the earth. What resounds, rather, is an adaptation of Hilaire Belloc's famous couplet about the Maxim gun, to quote the great African historian Chinwezu. Whatever happens, we have got the atom bomb, and they have not. After Clinton came, of course, George W. Bush, whose broad endorsement of preventive war easily encompasses Japan's attack in December 1941 on military bases in 2 U.S. overseas possessions, at a time when Japanese militarists were well aware that B-17 flying fortresses were being rushed off assembly lines and deployed to those bases with the intent to burn out the industrial heart of the empire with firebomb attacks on the teeming bamboo ant heaps of Honshu and Kyushu. That was how the pre-war plans were described by their architect, Air Force General Claire Chennault, with the enthusiastic approval of President Franklin Roosevelt, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, and Army Chief of Staff General George Marshall. Then came Barack Obama, with pleasant words about working to abolish nuclear weapons, combined with plans to spend $1 trillion on the U.S. nuclear arsenal over the next 30 years, a percentage of the military budget, comparable to spending for procurement of new strategic systems in the 1980s under President Ronald Reagan. According to a study by the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. Obama has also not hesitated to play with fire for political gain. Take for example the capture and assassination of Osama bin Laden by Navy SEALs. Obama brought it up with pride in an important speech on national security in May 2013. The speech was widely covered, but one crucial paragraph was ignored. Obama hailed the operation but added that it could not be the norm. The reason, he said, was that the risks were immense. The SEALs might have been embroiled in an extended firefight. Even though, by luck, that didn't happen, the cost to our relationship with Pakistan and the backlash among the Pakistani public over encroachment on their territory was severe. Let us now add a few details. The SEALs were ordered to fight their way out if apprehended. They would not have been left to their fate if, embroiled in an extended firefight, the full force of the U.S. military would have been used to extricate them. Pakistan has a powerful, well-trained military, highly protective of state sovereignty. It also has nuclear weapons, and Pakistani specialists are concerned about the possible penetration of their nuclear security system by jihadi elements. It is also no secret that the population has been embittered and radicalized by Washington's drone terror campaign and other policies. While the SEALs were still in the bin Laden compound, Pakistani Chief of Staff Ashfaq Parvez Kayani was informed of the raid and ordered the military to confront any unidentified aircraft, which he assumed would be from India. Meanwhile, in Kabul, U.S. War Commander General David Petraeus ordered warplanes to respond if the Pakistanis scrambled their fighter jets. As Obama said, by luck the worst didn't happen, though it could have been quite ugly. But the risks were faced without noticeable concern or subsequent comment. As General Butler observed, it is a near miracle that we have escaped destruction so far, and the longer we tempt fate, the less likely it is that we can hope for divine intervention to perpetuate the miracle. 16. Ceasefires in which violations never cease. On August 26, 2014, Israel and the Palestinian Authority, PA, both accepted a ceasefire agreement after a 50-day Israeli assault on Gaza that left 2,100 Palestinians dead and vast landscapes of destruction behind. The agreement called for an end to military action by both Israel and Hamas, as well as an easing of the Israeli siege that had strangled Gaza for many years. This was, however, just the most recent in a series of ceasefire agreements reached after each of Israel's periodic escalations of its unremitting assault on Gaza. Throughout this period, the terms of these agreements remained essentially the same. The regular pattern has been for Israel to then disregard whatever agreement is in place, while Hamas observes it until a sharp increase in Israeli violence elicits a Hamas response, which is followed by even fiercer Israeli brutality. These escalations are often called mowing the lawn in Israeli parlance, though the 2014 Israeli operation was more accurately described by an appalled senior U.S. military officer as removing the topsoil. The first of this series of truces was the Agreement on Movement and Access between Israel and the Palestinian Authority, in November 2005. It called for the opening of a crossing between Gaza and Egypt at Rafah for the export of goods and the transit of people, the continuous operation of crossings between Israel and Gaza for the import, export of goods and the transit of people, the reduction of obstacles to movement within the West Bank, bus and truck convoys between the West Bank and Gaza, the building of a seaport in Gaza, and the reopening of the airport in Gaza that Israeli bombing had demolished. That agreement was reached shortly after Israel withdrew its settlers and military forces from Gaza. The motive for the withdrawal was explained with engaging cynicism by Dov Weissglass, a confidant of then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, who was in charge of negotiating and implementing it. Summarizing the purpose of the operation, Weissglass explained that the disengagement is actually formaldehyde. It supplies the amount of formaldehyde that is necessary so there will not be a political process with the Palestinians. In the background, Israeli hawks recognized that instead of investing substantial resources in maintaining a few thousand settlers in illegal subsidized communities in devastated Gaza, it made more sense to transfer them to illegal subsidized communities in areas of the West Bank that Israel intended to keep. The disengagement was depicted as a noble effort to pursue peace, but the reality was quite different. Israel never relinquished control of Gaza and is accordingly recognized as the occupying power by the United Nations, the United States, and other states, apart from Israel itself, of course. In their comprehensive history of settlement in the occupied territories, Israeli scholars Edith Zertel and Akiva Eldar describe what actually happened when that country disengaged. The ruined territory was not released for even a single day from Israel's military grip or from the price of the occupation that the inhabitants pay every day. After the disengagement, Israel left behind scorched earth, devastated services, and people with neither a present nor a future. The settlements were destroyed in an ungenerous move by an unenlightened occupier, which in fact continues to control the territory and kill and harass its inhabitants by means of its formidable military might. Operations Cast Lead and Pillar of Defense. Israel soon had a pretext for violating the November agreement more severely. In January 2006, the Palestinians committed a serious crime. They voted the wrong way in carefully monitored free elections, placing the parliament in the hands of Hamas. Israel and the United States immediately imposed harsh sanctions, telling the world very clearly what they mean by democracy promotion, and soon began planning a military coup to overthrow the unacceptable elected government, a familiar procedure. When Hamas preempted the coup in 2007, the siege of Gaza grew far more severe, and regular Israeli military attacks commenced. Voting the wrong way in a free election was bad enough, but preempting a U.S.-planned military coup proved to be an unpardonable offense. A new ceasefire agreement was reached in June 2008. It again called for opening the border crossings to allow the transfer of all goods that were banned and restricted to go into Gaza. Israel formally agreed, but immediately announced that it would not abide by the agreement until Hamas released Gilad Shalit, an Israeli soldier it held. Israel itself has a long history of kidnapping civilians in Lebanon and on the high seas and holding them for lengthy periods, without credible charges, sometimes as hostages. Imprisoning civilians on dubious charges, or none at all, is also a regular practice in the territories Israel controls. Israel not only maintained the siege in violation of the 2008 ceasefire agreement but did so with extreme rigor, even preventing the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, which cares for the huge number of official refugees in Gaza, from replenishing its stocks. On November 4, while the media were focused on the U.S. presidential election, Israeli troops entered Gaza and killed half a dozen Hamas militants. That elicited a Hamas missile response and an exchange of fire. All the deaths were Palestinian. In late December, Hamas offered to renew the ceasefire. Israel considered the offer, but rejected it, preferring instead to launch Operation Cast Lead, A 3-week incursion with the full power of the Israeli military into the Gaza Strip, resulting in atrocities well documented by international and Israeli human rights organizations. On January 8, 2009, while Cast Lead was in full fury, the UN Security Council passed a unanimous resolution, with the United States abstaining, calling for an immediate ceasefire leading to a full Israeli withdrawal, unimpeded provision through Gaza of food, fuel, and medical treatment, and intensified international arrangements to prevent arms and ammunition smuggling. A new ceasefire agreement was indeed reached, similar to the previous ones, but again was never really observed and broke down completely with the next major Mowing the Lawn episode, Operation Pillar of Defense, in November 2012. What happened in the interim can be illustrated by the casualty figures from January 2012 to the launching of that operation. 1 Israeli killed by fire from Gaza, 78 Palestinians killed by Israeli fire. The first act of Operation Pillar of Defense was the murder of Ahmed Jabari, a high official of the military wing of Hamas. Aluf Ben, editor-in-chief of Israel's leading newspaper, Haaretz, described Jabari as Israel's subcontractor in Gaza, who enforced relative quiet there for more than 5 years. As always, there was a pretext for the assassination, but the likely reason was provided by Israeli peace activist Gershon Baskin. He had been involved in direct negotiations with Jabari for years and reported that, hours before he was assassinated, Jabari received the draft of a permanent truce agreement with Israel, which included mechanisms for maintaining the ceasefire in the case of a flare-up between Israel and the factions in the Gaza Strip. There is a long record of Israeli actions designed to deter the threat of a diplomatic settlement. After this exercise in mowing the lawn, a ceasefire agreement was reached yet again. Repeating the now standard terms, it called for a cessation of military action by both sides and the effective ending of the siege of Gaza with Israel, opening the crossings and facilitating the movements of people and transfer of goods, and refraining from restricting residents' free movements and targeting residents in border areas. What happened next was reviewed by Nathan Thrall, senior Middle East analyst for the International Crisis Group. Israeli intelligence recognized that Hamas was observing the terms of the ceasefire. Israel, Thrall wrote, therefore saw little incentive in upholding its end of the deal. In the 3 months following the ceasefire, its forces made regular incursions into Gaza, strafed Palestinian farmers and those collecting scrap and rubble across the border, and fired at boats, preventing fishermen from accessing the majority of Gaza's waters. In other words, the siege never ended. Crossings were repeatedly shut. So-called buffer zones inside Gaza, from which Palestinians are barred, and which include a third or more of the Strip's limited arable land, were reinstated. Imports declined, exports were blocked, and fewer Gazans were given exit permits to Israel and the West Bank. Operation Protective Edge. So matters continued until April 2014, when an important event took place. The 2 major Palestinian groupings, Gaza-based Hamas and the Fatah-dominated Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, signed a unity agreement. Hamas made major concessions. The unity government contained none of its members or allies. In substantial measure, as Thrall observes, Hamas turned over governance of Gaza to the PA. Several thousand PA security forces were sent there, and the PA placed its guards at borders and crossings, with no reciprocal positions for Hamas in the West Bank security apparatus. Finally, the unity government accepted the 3 conditions that Washington and the European Union had long demanded: non-violence, adherence to past agreements, and the recognition of Israel. Israel was infuriated. Its government declared at once that it would refuse to deal with the unity government and cancelled negotiations. Its fury mounted when the United States, along with most of the world, signaled support for the unity government. There are good reasons why Israel opposes the unification of Palestinians. One is that the Hamas-Fatah conflict has provided a useful pretext for refusing to engage in serious negotiations. How can one negotiate with a divided entity? More significantly, for more than 20 years, Israel has been committed to separating Gaza from the West Bank, in violation of the Oslo Accords, which declare Gaza and the West Bank to be an inseparable territorial unity. A look at a map explains the rationale. Separated from Gaza, any West Bank enclaves left to Palestinians have no access to the outside world. Furthermore, Israel has been systematically taking over the Jordan Valley, driving out Palestinians, establishing settlements, sinking wells, and otherwise ensuring that the region, about one-third of the West Bank, including much of its arable land, will ultimately be integrated into Israel along with the other regions that Israel is taking over. Hence, remaining Palestinian cantons will be completely imprisoned. Unification with Gaza would interfere with these plans, which trace back to the early days of the occupation and have had steady support from the major political blocs, including from figures usually portrayed as doves, like former President Shimon Peres, one of the architects of settlement deep in the West Bank. As usual, a pretext was needed to move on to the next escalation. Such an occasion arose with the brutal murder of 3 Israeli boys from the settler community in the West Bank. An 18-day rampage primarily targeting Hamas followed. On September 2, Haaretz reported that, after intensive interrogations, the Israeli security services concluded the abduction of the teenagers was carried out by an independent cell, with no known direct links to Hamas. By then, the 18-day rampage had succeeded in undermining the feared unity government. Hamas finally reacted with its first rockets in 18 months, providing Israel with the pretext to launch Operation Protective Edge on July 8. That 50-day assault proved the most extreme exercise in mowing the lawn, so far. Operations still to be named. Israel is in a fine position today to reverse its decades-old policy of separating Gaza from the West Bank, and observe a major ceasefire agreement for the first time. At least temporarily, the threat of democracy in neighboring Egypt has been diminished, and the brutal Egyptian military dictatorship of General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is a welcome ally for Israel in maintaining control over Gaza. With the Palestinian Unity Government placing U.S.-trained forces of the Palestinian Authority in control of Gaza's borders, and governance possibly shifting into the hands of the PA, which depends on Israel for its survival as well as for its finances, Israel might feel that there is little to fear from some limited form of autonomy for the enclaves that remain to Palestinians. There is also some truth to the observation of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Many elements in the region understand today that, in the struggle in which they are threatened, Israel is not an enemy but a partner. Akiva Eldar, Israel's leading diplomatic correspondent, adds, however, that all those many elements in the region also understand that there is no brave and comprehensive diplomatic move on the horizon without an agreement on the establishment of a Palestinian state, based on the 1967 borders and a just, agreed-upon solution to the refugee problem. That is not on Israel's agenda, he points out. Some knowledgeable Israeli commentators, notably columnist Danny Rubenstein, believe that Israel is poised to reverse course and relax its stranglehold on Gaza. We'll see. The record of these past years suggests otherwise. and the first signs are not auspicious. As Operation Protective Edge ended, Israel announced its largest appropriation of West Bank land in 30 years, almost 1,000 acres. Israel Radio reported that the takeover was in response to the killing of the 3 Jewish teenagers by Hamas militants. A Palestinian boy was burned to death in retaliation for the murders, but no Israeli land was handed over to the Palestinians, nor was there any reaction when an Israeli soldier murdered 10-year-old Khalil Anadi on a quiet street in a refugee camp near Hebron and then drove away in his jeep as the child bled to death. Anadi was one of the 23 Palestinians, including 3 children, killed by Israeli occupation forces in the West Bank during the Gaza onslaught, according to UN statistics, along with more than 2,000 wounded, 38% by live fire. None of those killed were endangering soldiers' lives, Israeli journalist Gideon Levy reported. To none of this is there any reaction, just as there was no reaction while Israel killed, on average, more than 2 Palestinian children a week for the past 14 years. They are unpeople, after all. It is commonly claimed on all sides that, if the 2-state settlement is dead as a result of Israel's takeover of Palestinian lands, then the outcome will be 1 state west of the Jordan River. Some Palestinians welcome this outcome, anticipating that they can then conduct a civil rights struggle for equal rights on the model of South Africa under apartheid. Many Israeli commentators warn that the resulting demographic problem of more Arab than Jewish births and diminishing Jewish immigration will undermine their hope for a democratic Jewish state. But these widespread beliefs are dubious. The realistic alternative to a 2-state settlement is that Israel will continue to carry forward the plans it has been implementing for years, taking over whatever is of value to it in the West Bank, while avoiding Palestinian population concentrations and removing Palestinians from the areas it is integrating into Israel. That should preempt the dreaded demographic problem. These basic policies have been underway since the 1967 conquest, following a principle enunciated by then Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, one of the Israeli leaders most sympathetic to the Palestinians. He informed his party colleagues that they should tell Palestinian refugees in the West Bank, "We have no solution. You shall continue to live like dogs, and whoever wishes may leave, and we will see where this process leads." The suggestion was natural within the overriding conception articulated in 1972 by future President Chaim Herzog. "I do not deny the Palestinians a place or stand or opinion on every matter. But certainly I am not prepared to consider them as partners in any respect in a land that has been consecrated in the hands of our nation for thousands of years. For the Jews of this land there cannot be any partner." Dayan also called for Israel's permanent rule, Memshalat Kiva, over the occupied territories. When Netanyahu expresses the same stand today, he is not breaking new ground. For a century, the Zionist colonization of Palestine has proceeded primarily on the pragmatic principle of the quiet establishment of facts on the ground, which the world was to ultimately come to accept. It has been a highly successful policy. There is every reason to expect it to persist as long as the United States provides the necessary military, economic, diplomatic, and ideological support. For those concerned with the rights of the brutalized Palestinians, there can be no higher priority than working to change U.S. policies. Not an idle dream by any means.